Hello? H- Hello? Oh my god. Oh my god, that's a lot of people. Hello? Hi. Hello, everyone. It's your boy, Yuri Voice here. Hi, YouTube. Um, Hello. Um, wow. It is so good to see all of you. Uh, Mods, bless your souls. Slow mode. Yes. One moment. Everyone, chat's gonna go into slow mode for, let's say, 15 seconds. Just so 15 seconds between messages. Okay, that helped a little. Hi, everyone. Hello, yes. Thank you all so much for coming out to celebrate with me. For those of you who didn't read the title or the description, I hit 50,000 subscribers here on YouTube. That is a huge number, and we're already, we're fuming way past it already. We're at 54-ish now. Growth is just happening. Don't take that out of context. And I wanted to celebrate with you all. Now, you might not know this, but I have streamed quite a bit on Twitch. I've done a lot of streaming on Twitch, actually, but it just made sense to stream on YouTube for this. It's a YouTube celebration. I can reach the most of you this way a lot better. And I wanted to have a big party. So let me tell you guys a little bit about what is happening. Okay. To celebrate, there is a free giveaway for a commission from me. Up to 10 minutes, a character that I voiced or that is in my range, whatever. I am giving away a commission. Whatever, safe for work commission. Yeah. That's gonna be done through Gleam. If you look in the description box, you're gonna see a bunch of things I'm gonna talk about, but the mods throughout the night will be posting about the Gleam giveaway. Basically, Gleam is awesome. You can get multiple entries by doing the tasks that are there, and it's all just like, follow me on Twitter, check out the YouTube channel. Obviously, you're already here. Like, that's a free entry. You can check out, plug, the Tingles and Dragons YouTube channel. If you guys didn't know, I play Dungeons and Dragons with some of my ASM artist friends, Cardlin Audio, Madam Wigglesworth, Shadowy Whispers, and Morgan Audio. And we play Dungeons and Dragons like a couple Sundays of the month over on Cardlin's channel. And we have our own channel for the D&D sessions. It's awesome. You can go and listen, and it's just great. I love it. It's one of my favorite parts of every week. Let's see. What else? So you can sign up for that commission giveaway through the Gleam link. It's great. Like Twitter, follow me on Twitter, Tumblr, blah, 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 everywhere. Get you a bunch of entries, and at the end of the month, we're going to have a drawing, and you may be the lucky winner. Also, merch shop. People have been asking me about merch A ton. And the thing is, you may know I've done enamel pins through Patreon, and I've had to do that all myself, do all the shipping myself. It's a lot of work, and life is hard. It is very hard to do some stuff like that for me, because I'm not super organized, but I've done my best. So what I have done is I opened up a Teespring. And on Teespring, you can get all the promotional art that I've used for my audios. So anytime there's a new audio and I have that artwork that goes along with it, those prints are there. There are special Seth and Alphonse themed stickers for this special occasion. You can see them on screen. There's stickers. The 50k sub special artwork is on all kinds of articles of clothing. You can get it as a sticker. It's awesome. Shout out to Jackie Eleanor. She has killed it with this artwork, especially the Seth and Alphonse stuff. You know, a brief aside, I just want to say thank you guys for loving my boys. It really, it's really touching how just, how you guys have really embraced the storytelling aspects, the character development. I know it hasn't always been, smooth sailing. I know, a lot of people felt some type of way about the Galarian Guzma storyline, and stay tuned. Their developments are coming with that. But with this one, I learned some things, and I just wanted to take you guys on a ride, and thank you for joining me with that, on that ride. Sorry, it's funny, the whole like, oh, you know, he speaks into a microphone for a living. It's not the same as public speaking. So bear with me if I trip up over my words or I misspeak or anything like that. This is quite the crowd we've got tonight. This is a big old group that we've got hanging out tonight. So we've got the merch shop. You can go check it out. The mods have shared the link. You can see the links in the description. But we are also doing a raffle. Actually, several raffles. We are doing multiple Alan Seth sticker packs, multiple prints, apparel, and the way that that's going to work is if you tip through Streamlabs, we're not monetized here, so there's no super chats. It's only Streamlabs. And just a brief shout out. We're able to stay unmonetized, not run ads or anything like that, thanks to supporters on Patreon. I didn't mean to plug Patreon. I wasn't even going to. I just want to say, if you're a patron, thank you very much, because you've made so much of this possible. You've allowed me to go and turn this into my full-time job, my career, which is incredible. Never thought in a million years that would be possible. So, yes. You can, through Streamlabs, every $5, get you a raffle entry, and obviously you support me, the channel, etc. You allow me to throw a whole lot of money at artists to create awesome designs like you've seen here. The artwork for Seth and Alphonse, that is because of support from you all. I love investing back into my content. It is so exciting to be able to get closer and closer, bringing these stories to life in a visual way. Because I am not an artist. I don't have in terms of drawing, I don't have an artistic bone in my body. I like to write, and obviously the voice acting, I've tried to get good. Yes. So, and that's a good point Thea just made. The commission giveaway completely free. The raffle is a special thing. If you want to tip or whatever, that's a whole different thing. Yeah. Okay. So, everybody, deep breath. We've made it through the intro. So, let's see. So my big plan for tonight, in terms of what we can do, is I want to do a big Q&A session, because some of you who are like knee deep in Yuri voice phrasing, sorry, you know I'm pretty open. Like, I am very much just myself. There's not a lot of mystique around your boy. I'm an open book. But for those of you who've only interacted with my content and stuff on YouTube, you don't really know me. So, oh yeah. So I would love to take questions from you all and do some big Q&A stuff. We're going to try to gather your questions in the chat. We're going to try. Oh no. Is Streamlabs not doing? Huh. Let me see about that. Streamlabs. Hello, Streamlabs? Hello? Oh. Oh. Huh. Okay. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to fix some stuff. I see what has happened. I see what has happened here. Okay. So Streamlabs is stupid. Let me, oh my gosh, I wonder if I can do this. Everybody, send your questions in. Try not to spam them. Thea is going to do her best to gather. I have to fix this because Streamlabs... Streamlabs got confused because I went in through YouTube rather than my Twitch Streamlabs, and it's sending it to a different Streamlab, even though I copy-pasted this, and that is not how it worked earlier. So that's great. That's great. Hold on, I'll get your stuff up on the screen in 2 seconds. Oh my gosh, you guys have been donating. Okay. Hold on. 2 seconds. I just need to get the alert box. Stop. Oh, I had all my settings were gonna be all wonky. Okay. Alright. 2 seconds. I tried so hard to get this right. I tried so hard to get this right. Okay. Copy that. Okay. Okay. Alright. I can do this. Please have faith in me. Oh god. Browser source. Add source. Oh god. Hold on. Hold on. Trust me on this. This is gonna be fine. Okay. Okay. Okay, hold on. Now I have to do a test. We've got this, y'all. General settings. Donos. That. Do not show... Oh, God, I was not prepared. How did that... Oh, God, that didn't... See? All right, hold on. God. See, I didn't want that. That's not right. Shit. It's a whole different account. Oh, I hate this. Okay. Oh my god, that's so many questions, Thea. Holy shit. Okay. Okay, let me... Okay, get rid of... No, I don't want... I don't... No, okay, chat, thank you. Thanks. Thank you. Let me hide the... I really didn't want the cha-ching register. I had a whole system, you guys. It was so great. And now it's a little hectic. How do I do a sample? Okay, I can do this. Okay, test. Okay. Oh no, that's ugly. Hold on, I have to get the aesthetic right. Let me do one more test. Where did the button go? We're very close to Q&A time. I promise. Test that again. Why is the text so small? I hate this. I feel like the music is mocking me. Text. Font settings. There we go. That is not the font setting. That is not 40 pixels. Oh god. Oh my god, there's so many fonts. Oh, why is this happening? Can we set it to default again? Please? Oh god. Oh, I feel like I need to wear a cone of shame or something. Well, here, the least I can do is turn this red. Let me turn that red. Fantastic. That's great. Let me test it again to see my shame. What didn't even save? Alright, we're just gonna let it roll. I'm gonna add you onto this one. Hi, chat. Thank you. I will look at my notifications in just a second. I'm so sorry. If you have tipped, thank you very much. I will give you a shout out in just a second. I just need to find my settings. I'm such a fool. Okay. Okay. All right. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel. Thu, I'm dropping you that. Great. Now let me look at the recent donos and stuff. All right. Okay. I can do this. The audio goblin, Nye, tipped $5. Said, congratulations, dude. Thank you, Nye. And thank you for some of your recent work on the awesome stuff. Thulu wants to make me cry with a $100 tip that says, over the last few years, you have brought so much joy and love to my life, and I can't thank you enough. I'm going to take a drink. You're an amazing creator and fantastic friend, and I've been so honored to see how much you've grown. Congrats on 50K. I am so happy for you. Thank you, Thu. That's so sweet. Thank you. Rena Black tipped $5 and didn't say anything. Be sure, if you do tip and you want to be entered in a raffle, state what item you want to be in the raffle for. And if you have tipped already and you didn't say anything, say something to a mod, try to holla at him or holla at me, whatever, and I will try to get you, we'll get it worked out. The Sleepy Momo tipped $5 and said, luckily got my paycheck in, so here's some money. Congrats on 50K. Paying to get a chance at that beautiful print. And keep on doing what you do, but please take care of yourself often. Thank you. Carissa tipped $10 and said, love your work. Thank you, Carissa. And that's 2 raffle entries if you want them. And they don't all have to be for one. You can be like, what, if you tip $10, it can be $5 goes to a print, $5 for the sticker pack, whatever. Aqua tipped $10 and said, I don't have a question, but congrats on 50K. Halfway to that silver play button. I hope I get a silver play button. I know it's just a thing, but I don't know because I'm not partnered with YouTube. I'm not monetized or anything. So part of me wonders if they'll even consider me, which is kind of sad. Nye tipped another $5 and says, Streamlabs can be exhausting. You're killing it, though. So excited to watch one of your streams. Thank you. Yuzukirk tipped $10 and said, you deserve all the subs. Edge McMuffin tipped $5 and said, love everything you do. Thank you so much for Alphonse. He's helped me cope with a lot of things in my life. Keep up the good work. For the Al and Seth sticker pack. And then Veppy V tipped $5 and says, so proud of you. I'm glad to know such a wonderful person and content creator. Thank you, Vep. Thank you so much. Okay, I'm caught up. I did it, y'all. Oh no, unauthorized. Hold on, Thu. Maybe I didn't copy pasta that enough. Maybe I cut off a letter or something. I don't know. Copy paste one more time. It looks right, but yeah, that's the same exact thing. Well, that's okay. I can take notes and get it to you after the fact. Okay. We got a couple more. Oh my gosh. All right. Rocks I believe this is, well, I don't know if this is the Rocks. If this is the Rocks that I believe it is, Rocks did a great job on this theme for these streams. And oh my goodness. This is all, wait, where's my recent events? The cha-ching keeps happening. Oh my gosh, the cha-ching keeps happening. Okay. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Oh my gosh. You guys are going to make me cry. Okay. Rocks tipped $10 and said, congrats on 50K. Well deserved. Thank you. Rocket Storm tipped 15 New Zealand dollars and said, congrats on the 50K and the launch of your merch store. Keep up the good work. Thank you for Seth and Alphonse. Keiko tipped $20. Says, been a fan for a little over a year now, and I've seen you grow and improve as both a person and creator. So proud of how far you've come and excited to be a part of the journey forward. Cheers to 50K, and here's to another 50K. Raffle for the print, please. Hesuana Yuki tipped $5 and says, happy 50K subs, my dude. Here's to 50K and more. Much love and good vibes. Thank you. Thank you so much. You guys are going nuts. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Okay. Jackie Eleanor, whoever that is, says, you're cool, I guess. I kid. Thank you for being such a wonderful person and giving me the opportunity to be a small part of your team. I would hardly call you a small part of the team. You and the mods have changed my life. Also, take your glasses off before you fall asleep. I do not appreciate that call out, but I will try. Edge McMuffin tipped $5 and said, here's another 5, just cuz. Astral Plane Jane, I love that name, tipped $10 and said, congrats on 50K for the stickers and the apparel. Pantsless Wookie, my dear friend, tipped $25 and said, congrats on the 50K subs. You deserve every single one and more. As crazy as stuff has been, not just this year, but in past years too, you've been a constant source of comfort, amusement, and friendship. Thank you so much for being you. 0 entry needed. My friends. You guys. Oh my gosh. All right. Kiki tipped $10 and said, hey fam, congrats on 50K. You have made such awesome content, and with your Alphonse and Seth story have inspired me to continue to create. I even made my own OC, Roxanne, to smooch your boys. Thank you. And I get this question a lot. You are welcome to make OCs to go with any of my audios. Like, people ask, and I really appreciate that they ask, but like, you are welcome to self-insert, create an OC, whatever you want to do to go along with it. I encourage it. And that's really one of the awesome things. Excuse me. One of the awesome things about these audios is that it's a lot like writing. What I think good writing is that I just provide the paint. And I have to guide you a little more than if I was writing a book. But I just provide you the paint to create a picture that you want. And that's why a lot of my stuff is ambiguous, listener, because I want you to be able to dream up whatever to go along with this. Anything possible. And I love that. So I think it's really cool that people make OCs to go with my OCs. That's really cool. Valerie W tipped $75. said, "Thank you for being a huge help with pulling me out of a dark place. Any item, really, for the raffle." Valerie, that's very sweet of you. Thank you. And thank you for allowing me to play even just a small role in your life and the good vibes. I'm happy. That is obviously, I think, the most unexpected and fulfilling part of doing this, because, like, let's be real, right? What I do is kind of preposterous. Like, the whole, like, boyfriend audio, the creating this narrative where the listener tags in and we tell the story, and a lot of it's super indulgent, right? Like, you know, it's just shameless indulgence, and there's nothing wrong with it. It's all about just enjoying yourself, and when it's more than that to some people, when the comfort stuff really hits, when I'm able to chase away some loneliness for a bit, that is more gratifying than anything I could have ever done other than this. Like, I'm so thankful to you all for allowing me to step in and for you to trust me. And it's just, it's so unique and special to me. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you guys. For real. Okay, I'm still trying to catch up. I promise we will get to the Q&A. I know Thea. I'm going to look at the list of questions. God bless. That is a lot of questions. We're still going to get it. Sorry, guys. Still, the Streamlabs thing really threw me for a loop. I swear to you, we did a test. Everything was working just how it needed to. And then suddenly Streamlabs was like, "Oh, nope. I guess you need a different account." And they just did it without telling me. So that's great. Convenience. Thu, I don't know how to spell convenience. Just pretend I spelled it right. Okay. I want to give all of these tips as much the attention they deserve. I'm gonna try to go a little faster so I can catch up and answer questions. Here in, let's say it's 7:40, I will just go and do some Q&A, because otherwise all of this will just be me reading the donos, and then I'll come back to where I left off. Okay. Ghoul Boy tipped $5 and said, "Congratulations, you. I remember finding you on Tumblr years ago when Tumblr was fun, LOL. Yeah. And I'm so proud of you. I will always be here to support and love you and your boys. Thank you." Reggie Agatha, shout out to Reggie. For those of you who love Guzma in the chat, back in the day, Reggie deadass commissioned like a whole lot of that Guzma stuff. And so you can thank Reggie for so much of the Guzma content. Reggie says, I'm so proud of you, my friend. So glad to be here with and to witness this moment that is so amazing and important to you. I love your Guzma. He's the best. Thank you, Reggie. Janae Berry has tipped $10 and said, "I'd love to get the Alan Seth confrontation print. I've enjoyed your work for the last 3 years, and I look forward to more in the future. Thank you so much for being amazing. Guzma and Alphonse both have my heart." Thank you. Swoodles tipped $5. Endless cha-ching. Congrats on 50K. Y'all deserve it. Also, gotta take a shot at the sticker pack of my boys. And this will take a break for Q&A here. 7 minutes ago, guys, I'm just reading as fast as I can. Queen Thea tipped $100 and says, "Hey boy, I remember finding you so many years ago and feeling overwhelmed in your Stardew streams of like 15 people. I'm so proud of you, and it's exciting to see you hit this milestone. Love you." Thea, we've come a long way. Look at you go. All right, I'm going to do some Q&A. If you've tipped and I haven't got to you yet, I will. We're just going to answer a few questions. Oh, okay. All right. So this is from way earlier. If you want to know exactly when, 7-11 is when these questions started coming in. So I'm going to try to go. I'll just listen. I'm just going to go. Let's see how it goes. Who is your favorite OC? That is a lot like asking me who my favorite child is. I can say that obviously Alphonse is special to me. He is the first OC. He has been so well received. And a lot of Alphonse is shameless self-insert for me. It's a lot of me in a pretty hot pastel package. Like his idiot comments, his attitude, a lot of that is just me just writing. And he was just my character in Stardew Valley. I just gave him, I had a haircut mod, I gave him the undercut, and I was like, oh, what if he was pastel? And I gave him the hair, and I gave him a sweater that was two-tone and pretty, and I gave him those blue jeans. Well, not blue, the jeans. And then I just one day was like, you know what would be cool? If Alphonse was a character in a Stardew adjacent type village, and he's so different, he's kind of an outcast, and I just kind of went with it. And it's funny to me because I try to plan things so meticulously, and with Alphonse I learned a piece of advice that I'm so used to giving people, and that's just to start. Just do it. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be an epic, perfectly crafted, 3-act structure thing. It can just be fun and stupid, and it's totally self-indulgent. And that's what Alphonse was to me. So he's special in that way. I would say Howl, my character in Tingles and Dragons that I play with the group. Howl is very special to me because of how he's developed and his he's surprised me a lot, and a lot of that is thanks to the awesome group that I'm playing with, clearly. And I love him a lot, but I love them all, even the ones I haven't had a lot of time with. Projects that I didn't get to quite flesh out all the same because of life or whatever. I want to give all my boys their dedicated time. And it's just hard when life and there's not enough hours in the day. All right. Did you always want to do something like this with your life? Is the next question. It's funny. I always wanted to write. I always wanted to entertain. And I always wanted to do like an internet thing. But I never, ever wanted to voice act. I actively fought against the idea of voice acting. I hated my voice. I was very self-conscious and critical of myself. And I'm still aware of my weaknesses, but I learned to let go and have fun. And so no, I never thought doing voice acting in this way, this very unique, like, internet model voice acting where it's just fun, and I'm a storyteller. I get to use my writing in a really unique way. Um, it just, I never could have thought that this would happen. And for those of you who don't know, when I got started, I was just a Yuri on Ice fan voice blog for Yuri Kotsky. That's all it was. I didn't have any aspirations of, oh, I'm gonna be a content creator. I'm gonna do this, and it's gonna be a big thing. Like, I just wanted to be a soft boy from the gay ice skating anime, you know? And then it turned into this, and I'm so thankful. I'm so thankful. Cringiest thing I've ever done in my life. Wow. That's a long list of things that I've done. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so tough. Oh my gosh. I mean, probably back when I was a teenager, me and the bros would go to the mall and I'm gonna say try to pick up chicks, but it was just, every time it was just us being too scared to initiate a conversation. It was just so, we were those dumb boys at the mall. Like, that was us. And in retrospect, that's super cringy. And the, like, worst way to try and, like, pick anybody up is just, ugh. But I'm sure there's other things that I'm just not thinking about. You could say that this is the cringiest thing I've ever done, like what I do now for a living, but, you know, I just embrace it. Like, cringe culture is so tired. Because, you know, just let people like things. So in that regards, like, I never cringe at embracing the things I like or the things I like to do. So that's the best thing I can think of right now. What's my favorite color? This changes all the time. And it's hard to pick just one color. I love I love, like, obviously the brand aesthetic, the reds and stuff. That's really cool. I love beachy colors, blue and beige, like basically the aesthetic of a beach house. I love purples and, like, inky colors. It's hard to just pick one thing, you know? When will you do Aizawa again, and what voice do you love doing most? If I get my work done like a good boy, Aizawa will be perhaps Thursday. I have something else planned for Monday now that I haven't told my team about yet. Sorry, I haven't sent that memo out. What's your opinion on people cosplaying your characters? That's awesome. I know a few people have. Knock yourself out. That's awesome. Has Alphonse always been a pastel goth, or did that take time? I want to say, I think he really refined his style as he got older, but I think he's always at least loved pretty colors and stuff, like pastels. But I think he finally, like, realized his final form when he was about, like, 19 or 20, I think. Will I do another part of the Egon roleplay? I want to. There's a whole story to tell with that fantasy verse that I have. I have plans. I have an outline. The only thing is, so here's the struggle with that, is that the fantasy thing, so for those of you who don't even know, because you might not, I have a Naga snake man who is a little yandere, and he's in the same universe with the werewolf guy, Ulrich, and was supposed to also be in the same universe as my dragon guy, Valentine. And the thing is, that was when I hadn't quite figured out how I wanted to do story stuff. And what I've learned is that it's really hard to keep people informed and in line with the plot. So I'd have to really come up with a timeline and a way to have that timeline updated so people can follow along. And the sad truth is, it might just not work. And I might have to kind of rethink and adjust. But I do have ideas. And I know where I wanted to take the plot. So, yeah, there will be more. I don't know if it'll be more of the plot. I might have to, like, reset or something. Do I like Hunter x Hunter? I have never watched or read. I hear it's good. My list of things to watch just continues to grow. And, it's hard when there's a series that has so much for you to catch up on. But on the other hand, I could just binge it. So, you know, Am I okay with people calling me by my first name? Maybe. Do you think my first name is Yuri? I mean, you know, it doesn't matter to me. Who is my favorite character to voice act? Recently, I really enjoyed Hal's audio that I uploaded here, because it was very dramatic, and I loved acting that. But I'm very happy with so many of the characters I do. It's hard to pick a favorite, you know. Why did I start this channel? I sort of covered that in the earlier comment about how I was just a Yuri Kotsky fan blog. But specifically YouTube, I started YouTube like a year plus after the fact. Because I saw because obviously YouTube, for all of its flaws, is a great platform for reaching a broader audience. And I didn't even know there were other people doing this. For some reason, which in retrospect is like, duh, you idiot, of course there were people doing this. I didn't know that ASMR roleplay was a thing. So when I found out, I'm like, oh my god, I need to be on YouTube. So I started the very slow process of moving my old content onto YouTube. And then when the Tumblr apocalypse happened, it really kicked me into high gear because obviously I needed to, go somewhere to get my content out there and find an audience. How old is Al? He's in his early 20s. I haven't given him a specific age. 23, 24. About like that. How is my day, and do I have any pets? My day is awesome. You guys have absolutely floored me with the support, and I'm just so happy. I'm so excited about the merch store. I'm excited about the future. I'm just so charged up and excited. And I love getting to share that with you all. And yes, I have 3 cats. If I had to become any of my characters, which one would it be? Oh man, that's really tough. Probably Seth. He's much more my personal style. so it wouldn't be too different. Like, I like his look, at least. Obviously, like, I'm not an asshole. But I think Seth at his core is actually a big sweetheart, which I like to think that I am a big sweetheart. So maybe him, but also Alphonse is so hot. Or also Galar Guzma with his guns. I'd love to be jacked like that man. Like, damn, son. Damn. How are my cats? They're good. Toshi is my youngest. He's a little orange brat. He's in his teenage years, and he's such a little shithead teenager, you know? But he's sweet sometimes. Who is the hardest voice to act out? Aizawa, when I tried to make him really low and gravelly, I destroyed my voice, and I realized, like, you know what? I can't do that. And I can't do it right, so I need to find a version that I'm comfortable with. And what's funny is, like, I used to be so worried about people would say, like, oh, you don't sound like insert character here. Wow, this is a really shitty impersonation. And I developed this philosophy of interpretations, not impersonations. So I try to play all the characters as if I was auditioning for them. I'm not good at impersonations. I never go, oh yeah, I want to sound just like that character. If I hear a dubbed voice and I'm like, oh, I can sound adjacent to that, I can sound kind of like that, that's great. But if I see a character I want to do, and I'm confident in the performance and the way I can write the character, I just go do it. I don't give a fuck no more. I just don't. I just have fun. And if some dweeb on the internet wants to be like, oh, you don't sound like, you know what? Cool, go somewhere else. Like, I'm gonna have fun. And if you're gonna have fun, then cool. Let's have fun together. Point blank. So, yeah. I made fan art. Where can I send it to you? Tagging me on Twitter or Tumblr is your best bet. I will see that. So yes, do that. What inspired me to become a voice actor? Who or what inspired me to become a voice actor? So I'll dig a little bit more. I know I've answered this sort of, but I'll dig a little further. So I was a theater kid in high school. I like to act. I feel like I'm a good actor, but I had really bad social anxiety. So getting on stage wasn't something I wanted to do. So actually in theater, we did like a radio play, and it was really fun. I really enjoyed doing that. And my teacher always encouraged me. She's like, you know, you have a great voice. You should look into like doing radio or something. I was like, huh, yeah, I like music. I could be a DJ. Never occurred to me to voice act. Never, ever, ever, ever. So skip ahead to me being a total washout, have nothing going on in my life. Every creative venture I've tried has failed. And Pokemon Sun and Moon is announced. And I watched the trailer, and Team Skull is introduced, including Guzma. And I fall in love with him instantly. And a light bulb goes off, and I go, I know exactly how I would make this guy sound. I want to do a Guzma reacts to this trailer video. So I wrote the script, and I did his voice. And it was like, I don't, it was like I found something. It was like learning a secret. It was like tasting your favorite food for the first time. I had this light bulb go off, and I had so much fun because I've always loved writing fiction. I've written fanfics. I've role played. I've done it all. Like, I love writing, and I love writing in fandoms. And writing a script for a voice it was like learning to use a muscle that I had, but I didn't know it could lift a certain way or something. So when that happened, fun fact, I started a Guzma voice blog, and I go, no, this is dumb. Nobody's gonna like that. And I deleted it before I posted anything. And then a month or two later, somebody, if you look at the timeline for that trailer release, excuse me, for that trailer release, and when Yuri on Ice came out, it was only a couple of months, I think, if that. Hell, Yuri on Ice might have been going at that point. I started watching Yuri on Ice when it was on episode 4, and I kept hearing about it. And at the time, I was watching anime regularly, and I was like, well, shit, okay, let me see what it's about. And I was hooked the moment Yuri Katsuki was crying in the bathroom stall. And I had just tried out a few other things with my voice. I'm not going to get into that. And I said, you know what? I can do this. I can do this voice. He's an anime twink. I can do that. I can totally do that. So I started the Yuri Katsuki blog because the fandom was at a fever pitch. The Yuri on Ice hype was nuts. So I dove in. The fandom embraced me. I was creating content. I started taking commissions. And then, at the turn of the year, maybe a little before that, it might have been like November or so, I said, you know what? I remember what happened. I know I'm getting a little bit off topic in terms of what inspired me to start. But this is nice. I was looking at a follower's blog, somebody who was interacting with every post, and I was like, who is this person? I go and I look, and they had reblogged some really spicy Guzma art. And I didn't have a DS. I hadn't played Pokemon Sun and Moon. Because I was dead broke. I was dead broke at the time. I didn't have a Game Boy. Are you kidding me? So I see this art of Guzma, and I'm like, oh my god. This is how the fandom sees him? Because it's one thing to see the character in the game, but then you see the fandom interpretation of that character, and it's like just chef's kiss unlocked potential. And I was like, okay, I gotta do Guzma audios now. And I started doing those. And then I started doing Prince Sidon. Don't get on me about how his name's pronounced. I started doing him. And I was so scared of people being like, oh, stay in your lane. You can't do that voice. Oh, you suck. Oh, you got no range. And I will never forget, and I'll end this little tangent on this. I will never forget, before the end of that year, when Yuri on Ice was still airing, an anonymous user on Tumblr, because of course they were some anonymous loser on Tumblr, said, I can't wait for Yuri on Ice to be over so your blog and the fandom dies. And I think about that. I think about it any time that I feel tired or like I start to lose sight of how far I've come or something. I think about that son of a bitch. And I think about their words. And I savor every ounce of spiteful bliss that I get knowing that they are pathetic and would send a message like that to somebody who had nothing back then. Somebody who was just desperate to be heard. That they would say something so cruel to me and that they could be that wrong. God, it feels good. Let's respond to some of these tips. All right, so the last one I read was Thea's. Oh my gosh, there's so many. Okay. All right. Let me take a drink of water. Thank you all for being here. I'm so thankful for you guys. I hope you don't mind me just vibing, just sharing. I'm trying to get through these questions. There are a lot. And I'll try not to get so carried away, but like I said earlier, I know a lot of the YouTube homies haven't had a chance to like sit down with me like this. A lot of my streams were on Twitch, and we topped off at like 80 people on Twitch, but like getting the main line to YouTube and all these subscribers, this might be your first time actually getting to like get to know me, and I want to put myself out there. I want you to get a feel for who I am, because I'm cool with that, and I like that. I like being a real person, you know? And thank you for respecting me as a real person. I appreciate that very much. All right, so let's read these. Helios Flame tipped $10 and said, "Congrats, dude. Your stuff always manages to bring a smile to my face, even during my bad depression days. Also, entering in for those adorable stickers. Thank you." Diamond the Kitsune tipped $5, says, "Happy 50K, man. You have a really nice voice. Weird compliment, but it's true. Also, I would like stickers, please." Hey, it's not that weird of a compliment. Starting to do this, I realized how important it is that, like, content creators that I watch and stuff, their voices have a ring to it that appeals to me. And I started to realize, like, damn, it's really important. So, not as weird of a compliment as you may think. Kaz tipped $10 and said, "Congrats on 50K. I'm so proud of you and everything you do. Your work is so rad, and I couldn't be happier seeing this milestone for you, fam. Also, this is for the sticker pack and the print." Okay. Eliza Lynn tipped $5 and says, "Congrats on 50K. You continuously put happiness into the world and deserve happiness in return. Here's to a swift climb to 100K. We're going. I'm not slowing down. I'm finally hitting my stride. I feel like we have a system in place and we're moving forward and everything is just good." Sorry, my nose is all... I'm not crying again. Blue tipped $100. Blue, is this thing on? JK, drink your water and keep your head up. Super proud of you. The milestone and merch shop have been a long time coming, and you deserve it all. Thank you, Blue. And you're right about the merch shop. I've talked about it, and I wanted to... I don't know. I thought about trying to do it all in-house, but the fact is, y'all are thirsty for the merch, and that's a lot of shipments. It's hard doing the pins, and I love doing the pins for Patreon. But Teespring is convenient, and it works. And I think I've got a good system going now. So hopefully, I haven't looked to see like how much merch we've sold, but I hope you guys go nuts and get whatever you want off of the store. Cassie Evelyn tipped $5 and says, "Thank you for being amazing and wonderful and being my introduction into all this audio junk. And still my fave. You always make things better, and I'm happy to keep supporting you." Thank you, Cassie. Thank you so much. Carissa tipped $5, says, hey, it's me again. Just wanted to say a bit more how much I appreciate... Sorry, y'all. Allergies have decided to kick in right now, of all times. How much I appreciate your work. Your voice is so soothing, and you yourself seem like an amazing person. Also funny, someone else mentioned OCs because I'm in the process of making one for Guzma. Have fun, because, God, Guzma, man. He's just such a character. Nick 2 donated $10 and said, congrats on 50K. It's nice to see how far you've come. I've been on your Patreon for about a year now. Thank you. But I first found you on Tumblr. I love all your content. I'm trying to get that sticker pack. And heads up for you all. The sticker pack, we're giving away 3 of them. 3 of the sticker packs. So good odds there. Hesuana Yuki tipped $5 and said, make friend Yuri cry. Make friend Yuri cry. I kid. Haha. Much love to y'all and a hug for the team too. Thank you, Hess. Rihanna tipped $5 and says, here's to another 50K and many more, Yuri. You totally deserve it. Can't wait to see what you do next. Go buy some rope for Howl. You know, he keeps it on him. Kara Kess tipped $100 and said, you are a sweet indulgence. Okay. Well, thank you. Pix Cherry excuse me, tipped $5 and said, congratulations on reaching 50K, dude. I'm super duper proud of you and excited to see more to come. Pouring a shot in your honor. Cheers. Jocko tipped $25, said, no need for an entry. Just wanted to congratulate you on reaching 50 plus K. I'm so proud of you and everything you've done over these past few years, and I'm happy I've been able to follow the journey beside the squad. Here's to many more years of success. Thank you, Jocko. That was 30 minutes ago. I am desperately trying to hurry. Kai Oliver tipped $15. You are an amazing content creator and your work is fantastic. I am in love with Alphonse's series, his character, and his accent. You're awesome. Congrats on the 50K subs. And Kai wants to be in the Al and Seth sticker pack raffle. Plus Ultra Otaku tipped $5. Thank you and your team to make this happen. I'm so happy, and thank you for making the babies to help me out of my dark places. I love you guys. I hope to hear more soon. Plus Ultra. Plus Ultra to you too. MK tipped $10, said congrats on 50K and thank you for everything you've done so far. Scorpio tipped $50, said congrats on 50K. Here's to more. Emily tips $10 and says congrats on 50K. I haven't been listening to your audios for that long, but I'm glad I found your channel through Cardlin and Not Who Rose Thinks. The Al and Seth storyline has been so amazing. I would love for my tip to go towards the Al and Seth sticker pack. Consider it done. Oh. Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna, try and clear my sinuses. Did it work? Probably not. But I'm gonna keep trying. Juliet tipped $5, says, I know it isn't much. I just want to thank you for your Guzma and Alphonse audios, as they are very big comforts for me. Your audios always make me feel better, and you deserve all the subs. No entry needed. Thank you. Red Riot Kiri, who could that be, tipped $5, didn't say nothing. Thulu tipped $20 and says, this is your reminder to come talk to me about the audio schedule updates. Thanks. Well, you know what? I tell you what. I'll fill you in on it right now, Thu. Today, before the stream, I wrote an epilogue to the Seth and Alphonse series. It's an Alphonse audio, and I believe it's going to be safe for work into not safe for work. So for the patrons, you get a little something, and for everybody else, you get a really nice, a nice bookend for the series. A lot of people expressed that they were a little taken aback by Alphonse snapping at them, and I guess I just didn't want to leave that alone. So I wanted them to have a little discussion and be cute and kind of reflect on everything. So I want to try to get that out on Monday. KH Fairy tipped $5 and said, I avoided ASMR for a long time because I have really bad misophonia. But your voice is very soothing and your ability to tell the story is top notch. Congrats on 50K sticker pack entry for me, please. Thank you. Purple. Oh boy, it's a damn booty goblin. Tipped $10 and said, congrats on 50K. You deserve it and so much more. Thank you for creating such awesome content and a fun community to be in. Thank you, Purple. Heart Select tipped $6 for the Yuri Voice apparel raffle. All the love I can give, but I'm giving anyway. Thank you for giving us your voice and all the wonderful stories and characters. Rock and Robin 93 tipped $5, says, hey Yuri, been a fan for a hot minute and just wanted to say thank you. I love listening to your audios and learning more about your characters. Congrats on 50K and thank you. Entry for the sticker pack. Captain Ray tipped $10 and says, hello, dollars for being a good ya boy and the nerdy family we all have together. Congrats on the fame. Love ya. Dot Jellybean tipped $5 and said, congrats on 50K subs. Just wanted to say that your audios have helped me when I was going through a hard time, and I just wanted to say thank you and congratulations. Thank you. RoboKitty20 tipped $5 and said, hey there, Yuri, I really love your content, but I believe a nice conversation will be so fun someday. P.S. A sticker pack, please. Perhaps, RoboKitty. Thay tipped $35.96 and said, thank you for being an inspiration to me. You show that dreams don't have to die, and now I'm gonna cry. That is not what they said, that is my words. Here's to another 50K, you lovable goof. Thank you, Thay. I'm all caught up. I did it. I'm all caught up. Thank you, everyone. I have more questions to answer. I haven't been able to look at physical chat for quite some time. Oh my god. Oh, I think chat's just catching up. Is the chat actually going that fast? No, it's just catching up because I was away. Has to be. Has to be. Can you guys report into me on Discord and fill me in on how things have been going while I've been reading? In the mod chat, please. It's really numing. That is how fast chat's going? Aww. Guys, the mod said y'all have been good. Thank you for being good. I've been good too. Normally I'm bad, and then chat's like, "Oh my god, we're gonna be bad," and then things go crazy. I am behaving. I have not said one thing about things that I normally talk about. So, good chat. Very, very good. I'm proud of you. I am so thankful. Having this many people here is wild. Thank you all. Thank you all so much. Okay. Alright, chat, slow down a little for me. Oh boy, it's going fast though. Madam, I see that. I see you, madam. I am a good bean. I have never once made an innuendo or anything like that ever. Okay, question time. Oh my god, where was it? Oh my god. Okay. Here we go. Can you say period? I can say period. And when I first read that, I swore that it said, "Can you say peridot?" And I was like, "Why do you want me to say peridot?" And then, yeah. How gay is Seth? So this is an interesting topic. I play and write all of my stuff as if they were pan. It's just easier for me because I myself am pan. And it makes sense for the ambiguous listener. I don't want to be I have plenty of male I want to do more male listener audios because there is a disproportionate amount of female listener audios, but ambiguous listener, I try to accommodate everyone as much as I can. And with Seth, this is the first time that there is a confirmed this character specifically was with a man in my story arcs. Because generally it's always ambiguous, but obviously since he and Alphonse were together, that does make it explicit. And so I'm going to put this as bluntly but as appropriately as I can. Seth would mount anything that moves, so long as it was like of age and consented to it. So he definitely swings every way, but with Seth specifically, I didn't intend this at first, actually. I didn't plan on this when I started writing him. But I told some of my own experiences through him as a queer man. I have very real experiences of people in a small-minded town looking at me different and the thing is, I wasn't even so I'll tell this story. Me and a friend were moving to a small town on the Tennessee-Kentucky border. Small. I'm talking like population no more than 1,000 or 2,000 people. It's itty bitty. So me and my friend stopped at the diner. It was this cute little quaint, picturesque place. And we go to this diner and we order their mediocre food. And the lady seemed nice. And then she's like, will this be together or separate? And my friend, who we joked around like this all the time, he grabs my hand, looks at her, and goes, "Together." Hilarious, I know. And she kind of blinks and then gives us our check. And we were just in the process of moving. So, like, we had put down our down payment and we were just starting to move the boxes in. And, you know, I called the guy, the landlord, the next day to get some information and find out, like, hey, I know we're not set for the big move-in date, but would it be okay if I dropped off some boxes there just to kind of help with the move or whatever? Stuff that a small town landlord would absolutely be fine with, you know, especially like that. And he starts giving me the runaround, and I can't understand why suddenly he's acting so rude and hard to work with. And it never dawned on me, because I had never experienced that before. And this is as I was really kind of coming to terms with my own sexuality and stuff. So I just had never experienced discrimination. Like, point blank, as a straight passing white man, I had never experienced discrimination. So it took like a year for me to look back and go, oh my God, the lady at the diner talked to the landlord because we told her we were moving in, and she must have said that we were gay because of a silly together or separate joke. And so obviously, if you followed the Seth story, you know that Alphonse's little town, they started looking at Seth and Alphonse different. And, you know, I didn't even intend for my own story to come out like that through Seth. So how gay is Seth? Gay enough, and as gay as you want him to be in your own interpretation of the audio, you know. But I think there is a very special part of his sexuality that I gave him that is very personal to me. All right. Okay. Sorry, that got a little serious. Where were we? At what point in life did you know that voice acting was something you were interested in? And what about it interests you? So I was, it's almost been 4 years. So I was 25 when everything started to click. And that just goes to show you, like, I know this is off topic and a little deep, but I know a lot of you guys, like my whole the vast majority of my demographic is in the 18 to 24 range. And I know when you're trying to like figure out what to do with your life, everyone's like, oh, you know, your early 20s, you'll be a whole different person in so many years, and all the cliches and all that. But it feels like, especially coming from the older generations who were like, what, you're not, like, you don't have a job, you haven't moved out at 18. Oh, I had a full-time job when I was 16. I did, I had my own place when I was 18. Da da da. Like, there's this pressure on people our age to have been so much further ahead than we are. But the fact of the matter is, like, the economy, the state of the world, all of that is so wildly different than it was for them. And we've had to deal with that kind of judgment and that pressure, from your own families and stuff like that. And everything feels so like, I gotta know now. I have to have the answers now. Man, I didn't have the answers. I had no answers. Everything I tried throughout my early 20s failed miserably. Everything fell through. I struggled with social anxiety so bad. I couldn't go into a crowd. I couldn't go to Walmart, man. I couldn't go pick up groceries. I didn't have anything. So what I was trying to get to is just to say, like, if you're lost and things aren't clicking and you're just not quite sure what path you need to be on, it's okay to just try things. And even if there's outside pressure telling you, oh, you should have done X, Y, and Z by now. Oh, look at your friends. They've moved on with their life. They're, doing X, Y, and Z. How come you haven't done that? Do your best to block it out and do your best to follow your heart and to not lose sight of the hope that there is an answer somewhere, and you might have to fail a lot to find it. And I failed a ton, and I still fail a ton, but just keep trying is what I wanted to say, I guess. And the second part of the question is, like, what part about voice acting interests me? The writing aspect and storytelling and being able to put pieces of my soul into the story through my acting. I try, even if it's something silly, I try to give, if it's my humor, if it's my emotions or anything, I try to give something. And I think that ultimately is why people gravitate towards what I do. Because through all of the, like, obvious indulgence, there's something in there that resonates, I think, and I hope. And I know that sounds kind of wishy-washy, like deep bullshit, but I hope that there is a part that resonates. Or, maybe I just do content with your favorite fictional boy and he's hot and you just want that. And that's cool too, like, I'm okay with all of that. Yeah, okay, so how did I come up with my original characters? So I talked about how Alphonse was a unique case in which he was my Stardew Valley character. But sometimes I kind of look at what kind of content I want to make and what kind of... Hold on, sorry. I look at, like, what niche needs to be filled, what kind of archetype I might be missing, and what kind of stories I want to tell. And then I start with that, and then I kind of build from there, in terms of their look and design in that regard. And then for me, when I start to write them, it's like they start to reveal themselves to me. That happened with Seth. Because when I started with Seth, I called him the actual bad boy OC. And you know what? He's not an actual bad boy. He's not. He has been through some shit and he's made some bad choices. But at his core, he's not bad. He's actually pretty sweet. And I just kind of let the writing come in and do its thing. Because I can have ideas and outlines. And then as I crack open my brain and start pouring out my heart writing this stuff, it starts to take shape and take form, and I try to allow myself just to kind of let it go, and whatever they want to be. I try not to, because I could have like tried to force him into the box and say, no, you've got to be bad. People have to hate you. You have to be edgy. You have to fit this for me. But that would have been, I see the way that people reacted to Seth and Alphonse, and I know I made the right choice. Because I will make a bad character someday. Because I love when there are just bad, nasty characters who are just bad, and they don't have an excuse. They're just wicked. I want to do that. I want to act a character like that. But this was not Seth. And I think I said this on Tumblr. I answered an ask where I talked about Seth and the personal parts of me that I put in him, which sounds very lewd. I said it would be really fucked up for my first confirmed queer character, like without any ambiguity, like he was with Alphonse. It would be really fucked up if he was just bad, you know? I think I didn't want to do that. So, yeah. What else was happening? Oh my god. There's so many questions. Okay. Oh my god. All right. How do you feel after finishing an ASMR video? So happy. Like, when I'm finally done, I'm just so happy it's over. Which, it sounds bad, but like, I'm a procrastinator. I wait till the last minute. I have to really kick my ass into gear to go get work done. So when it's done and it's ready to go, it's great. And then when I upload it and I get all the shit posted, it's great. Feels great. Feels good to have accomplished something. How tall is Alphonse? Did I say? I believe I said 6'1" or 6'2". He's very tall. And because people will inevitably ask, Seth is 5'10". So Alphonse is taller and lankier. Seth is stouter. Like he has broader shoulders. He's built a little thicker. Not gonna say nothing else about that. What character that you voice would you want to be your roommate? Oh, that's tough. If I said Sidon, because that would mean that I'd get a pool. Would that be valid? Would that be Would that be valid? Oh, I bet he would like grill me fish. And he would motivate me anytime that I was being lazy. He'd say, "I believe in you. You can do it, Yuri." Favorite video game is a super difficult question to answer. Final Fantasy VII, the original, was probably my most inspirational. That's the game that made me want to write stories. So it's very special to me, and I love the remake very much. But I also put probably 200 hours into Dragon Age Origins. And if that doesn't make it my favorite, I really don't know what else could qualify. Let's see. Is there a chance that there will be some animation of these boys? Here's the thing. Animation is very expensive. And I tried to do a motion comic thing for Guzma versus Piers, and people didn't really give a shit. And it just didn't hit like I had hoped. Now I'm not ruling out trying that out for Seth and Alphonse in the future, because people are really hooked, and I know it'll work. Yeah. Also, yes, let me echo this. Chat, don't start saying your heights, because it will spam the chat. I get it. You all have physical forms of varying lengths. I respect it. All right, what else do we got? Will you do more... What? Wait, hold on, wait. Will you be adding more characters in the future? Absolutely. 100%. Fandom and originals, yes. It's tough because I only have so much Steam. But I will say this. Can I say this here now? So I just watched Brand New Animal, which is on Netflix by Studio Trigger. And I love Shiro. He is a wolf boy. And he is very similar to Aizawa's voice. I love Benjamin Diskin. Benjamin Diskin voices so many good boys. Literally, dogs. But Shiro, I can absolutely do his voice. And I look forward to it. So, yeah. What else do we got? Will you do more confront audios in the future? Do you mean, was that a typo for comfort? Or do you want me to confront you? What am I confronting you about? Your dirty room? Clean your room. I done told you once. Clean your room. Comfort audios, yes. So I had this big plan. I had like a list of audios, like basic audios to cover, like a nightmare comfort, a like depression comfort, like sleep aids, confessions, kind of like broad ideas, and every character was gonna get one. And the thing is, my brain melts, you know? It's hard. But if one day I could do all of that for every character, I would be so happy. I'd be so happy. Okay. Any more facts about Seth or Alphonse? That's so tough. I can give you one about Seth, and that's that I have been thinking about his mother's design. She's so hot. She's just a hot biker MILF, and I think I'm actually going to get. I think that's actually gonna happen. I'm gonna look into revealing her to you all. Not like that. I will show you her design. But God, she's hot. I can just say, in my mind, there's such a clear picture. Seth's mom. Seth's mom is a hot biker chick. What is your favorite anime? If you like anime. Of course I like anime. I voice anime boys. My favorite. So that's tough, so I'll just say a few. Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood is the anime I would recommend to someone who doesn't watch anime. It is the perfect starter anime. It is excellent. I adore it. And it is very good. Neon Genesis Evangelion is very important to me. Mob Psycho 100, sort of in the same vein as Evangelion, probably better in terms of its theming. What else? Cowboy Bebop, obviously. I'm a sucker for space adventure stuff. And I haven't got to make any sci-fi characters yet, but it's been in the works for like 2 years. People who know can attest that for literally years I've talked about it. And I just haven't had the chance yet. It's coming. One day. What is my favorite meme / Vine? Oh man, I don't know. I can tell you that I don't like this cake meme going on. It makes me uncomfortable. Point blank. Maybe and they were roommates. Or Yeet. Yeet was fantastic. How do you feel when you do your not safe for work pieces? So I get this a lot. People are like, oh, so like when you're doing your not safe for work stuff, like, you know, and the fact is, like, it's just so normal to me. It's like, it's just another day for me. It doesn't really affect me. When I write a really spicy scenario, I'm intrigued. Clearly, I'm interested because I've written it. But not like that, you know? It's work. It's work to me. It's not for play. How do I handle writer's block? I don't. Everything falls to pieces. I bang my head against the wall repeatedly. I drink a lot of coffee, and then I nap, and I get really cranky, and I feel guilty, and I beat myself up, and then I wait for it to go away. I wish I had better advice. How much do you love making your videos? The actual video making, shout out to Thulu. Thu does the video making. So the literal putting audio to image video is Thu. Because editing, not my thing. I would procrastinate even more if I had to do it all myself. But like in terms of creating the audio and making the story and stuff, I feel happy. So I was writing the Alphonse epilogue today, and I was just smiling and humming and just wrote it on my phone even. And I hate typing on my phone. I my texting growth was stunted because I didn't have a smartphone for a long time. So like by the time everyone had been using their thumbs on a keyboard on a smartphone for like 5 years, I was just now getting one. So what's my favorite snack? What is my favorite snack? So my whole like I've been doing some big lifestyle changes. Your boy's taking care of himself, looking at his health, being an adult. So my whole diet's changed, and my favorite snack now is like cashews, some cheddar cheese, and a meat stick. Yeah, that's great. Has voice acting been easier since the quarantine? So, fun fact, I'm basically a hermit with no social life. I genuinely... So, quarantine? What? I've been quarantined for several years. It's just been more of the same in terms of work. I wouldn't say any easier or harder, really. What is one character you would love to make an audio for, but you don't think is within your range? Oh, God. There's so many. I don't have a big, deep, booming voice. I think I managed with All Might because doing that, like, comic superhero thing kind of forces me up there. But I don't have a natural growl in me. So it's hard to think of like a character, but yeah, hard to think of a character. I'm trying to think of one that I love and I just have had to let go of. I mean, any accent. I'm so bad at accents. You know, I'd love to do like a spicy Irishman or something. That'd be great, but I can't, you know? And I know that's not necessarily range, but rather like skill and talent, but, you know. Question, how is the pancake journey going? And do you now have a style of pancake you like? Guys, I've liked pancakes. It's just I had an undercooked one time, and it really put me off. But frankly, I don't like stuff in my pancakes. I don't even put syrup on it. I like a home style, so a little crisp, but not super crisp. Home style, buttery pancake. Fantastic. Do you think Al would have been one of those dumb kids that stuck crayons up his nose? Yeah, probably. I could see it. Especially like pink and purple ones. My voice is kind of broken. I have a limit to how long I can talk till it starts to break, but I want to try voice acting. How do you know that your voice is right to act, and how can you improve it? Well, you know your voice and your what you're capable of better than I do. So don't hurt yourself. First and foremost. I've hurt myself on accident trying to get a certain sound. It's not worth it. It sucks. Do not recommend. But the nice thing about voice acting is you can do it in bursts. It doesn't have to be one long take. So I would say find So here's what I did with Yuri, which is my default. It's my default. I'm trying to sound a certain way kind of voice. And you can tell it's my voice. I'm not really doing anything that different, but I've ironed out all of my speech imperfections. I'm speaking at a level where all of that is ironed out, and I'm at a comfortable, not too far from my normal voice range. I'm a little lifted, and being a little lifted makes me put in that effort that keeps my voice clear, and I get to talk like this. And this was how I started to develop my Yuri Kotsky voice. And fun fact, I came up with this before there was a Yuri on Ice dub, and Josh Greeley's voice and my Yuri voice was pretty close, and that was a really cool coinky dink. And his performance as Yuri Kotsky is just immaculate. Josh has really good reaction sounds, and now I can do it because I have a condenser and stuff, but before I could. Right now I'm on the Blue Yeti that I started on. I'm not in my office, I'm just chilling downstairs in my bedroom. I couldn't do the like startled noises or anything like that because it would blow my microphone way up. And now I can. So I would just say find a way to polish your normal speaking voice first. And I know that it can be really easy to think, oh, well, this voice actor is really popular, I need to sound like them. And there is a style that sells, but this is just for fun. Like right now we're just talking for fun. And what I try to tell people is look at the voice actors who you know by name. All of their big roles will normally sound like them. It's their voice. It's their brand. So focus on your voice and work on that first. And from there, you can play and you can you can get so much out of your voice just by acting. Just by portraying a certain type of character and how they would act. And you'll see that your voice starts to change. And just kind of follow that and play with that. Even if you... a thing that I would try is like take some character archetypes, some just stereotypical characters, and come up with a 2-sentence line for each of them and play with that. Just have fun. And it just, you'll start to see that. And the most important thing, I think, is have fun. Just have fun. I think that's what made people gravitate towards me in the beginning, and still, is that I'm having a good time, you know? And if you have fun doing it, you don't have to worry about how quote unquote good you are. Have fun. If you have fun and you practice and you just go for it, you'll start to see improvements. Like even now, I thought I was fine, but I listened back to my old stuff and I'm like, oh my God, that was terrible. And, but at the time I was just doing it, and you just got to start doing it. Like, you know, and you don't need to have range. You have to just start, and you just go, and you have fun, and you don't have to be anything, so long as you're having fun. Now you might have goals and stuff you want to work towards, but if it feels out of your reach now, the sooner you just start, and the sooner you just have a good time trying, that's when you start to make strides, I think. I hope that helped. Do I have blooper reels? No. There's been like a couple of bloopers that I saved because they were really funny. But the fact is, when I sit down to do business, it would be like, it would take so much time to be like, okay, I gotta go copy pasta this blooper into this other file, and I just want to get it done, man. You know. Do I have a gaming channel? If so, what types of games do you play? So I did and do stream games on Twitch, twitch.tv/YuriVoice. The thing is, I am very bad at keeping a schedule. But I love Stardew Valley was great. You know, I played a little Animal Crossing on Twitch. The thing is like, I just struggle to create time to do stuff. I'm getting to a point where I might be able to more consistently do that, but I can't. It's for years I've said I was going to make a schedule and I was going to commit, and I haven't. So I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it now. Because it's just a lie. Oh. All right. I'm going to take a peek at these. Oh my gosh. Okay. All right. So, checking Streamlabs real quick. Let me get caught up. Courtney Thornton tipped $5 and said, "So as a longtime patron and baker, you've inspired me with some new ideas. So thanks and congrats. I'm hoping to make a YuriVoice themed cupcake. My question is, would you do an AU poly between Seth, Al, and the listener?" So let's talk. I love the idea of them being in a poly relationship. Not right now. Not right now in the timeline. And not necessarily like canon, it's the way things are. But I want to explore that. And I think I will. I've talked about how there might be different routes, different twists in the story where you can kind of choose your own adventure. But I think that Seth needs to work on himself. I think, so here's the thing. The listener obviously is a very positive influence in Alphonse's and now Seth's life. And the thing I don't want to do is tell a story where suddenly a person fixes you and everything's sunshine and butterflies and cupcakes and cinnamon rolls. And you then have a situation where two men who were broken in some ways are then using the listener as a crutch. I don't want to do that. So that's why, for one, I thought it was really important that Seth has to go, and he has to learn to be himself independently of Alphonse and independently of the listener. But do I hate the idea of Alphonse and the listener being comfortable enough to entertain the thought of being friends with Seth and getting to know Seth, the new Seth, hopefully. You know, hopefully he goes off and he makes good choices, and sometime down the line, who knows? I don't hate that idea. Now, I know it's not necessarily for everyone. That's why I'm talking about like different routes, different things that could happen, etc. But the general idea of could there be a story in which uh, Seth and Alphonse and the listener become a poly triad? I think about it a lot. Because if you couldn't tell, I have a very unexpected and deep feel for Alphonse and Seth. Their story, I didn't anticipate. I didn't expect all that. So we'll see. I don't know. But I don't hate the idea. Where were we? So Courtney Thornton, I know that question was 44 minutes ago. I hope you're still here. Sorry it took me that long to get to that. But I hope you get this answer. And yeah. Carling Adios. Carling Adios. Grats on the well-disturbed. Jesus. Grats on the well-earned milestone, my friend. You still taking questions? I only have one. What that booty do? Not much. This booty don't do much, my friend. I got Hank Hill ass, and I own it. If you guys ever saw that episode of King of the Hill where he gets booty implants so he can sit on his riding lawnmower, that's me. And you know what? With your generous tips tonight, I too may have cake in the future. I just don't want to sit on my tailbone anymore. Can that happen? I don't need to be a stallion. I just need to not have lower back problems. Skella, tip $10, says, Chat go Noom, cause we love you, ooh. Thank you for cultivating such an accepting and friendly community. Stickers, please, for my pastel water bottle. Gathering Dust, tip $5, says, no need to enter me in a raffle. I just wanted to thank you for introducing me to my fake wife. She loves Seth to a very questionable degree, but I prefer a sweeter touch. We met and then talked for an hour about Alphonse and his fat titties. That's cute. I love when people bond over my content. That's so... It's like, wow, that happens out in the wild? That's crazy. Aqua Breeze, tip $5, says, I just want to say thank you for the audios, for the Discord server, and for everything else. I know I'm chaotic as fuck sometimes, sorry about that, but you and the team and the free company truly mean the world to me. I feel privileged to call you friends. Aqua, thank you. Frankie tipped $6, says, congrats on 50K. You deserve all the love and support for your creativity and hard work. Thank you. Cataluna6 tipped $10, says, thanks for making me laugh on the daily. I'm having fun making my way through all the audios. I hope that everything you're working towards happens for you, and congrats on 50K. Put me down for that sweet sticker pack. Chatica tipped $10, says, I love your original characters. Can't wait to see more of Alphonse and Seth. My question is, are there any other original characters you may introduce to us in the future? Why, yes, there are. I have a few queued up. Some that are meant for not story stuff. I need some boys who are great for one-shots, great for just fun, digestible content that isn't big arcs, you know? And one of them might be... of a supernatural variety and big and beefy. That is what I will say. Okay. All right. Let's see here. So many questions. I'm trying. I am trying. So let me do a big recap real quick. We are past the 2-hour mark. I'm gonna try to keep going for a little bit. But let me just say, there is a free commission giveaway. You sign. Ow! Why is my hand doing that? I pounded my hand and it cramped. Free commission giveaway through Gleam. It's super easy to get multiple entries. We will be drawing the winner at the end of the month. Again, completely free. All you got to do is go and follow me on Twitter, retweet a tweet, so on and so forth, and you get entered. Yeah, do that. Let's see, what else? The merch shop. Obviously, merch is here. Go get you some merch. We've got the Alphonse and Seth standalone chibi stickers, which are so cute, and the Papercraft inspired 50k subs Alphonse and Seth special. It's so sweet seeing them together on a piece like that. I didn't know that Seth and Alphonse were gonna be such a hit and people were gonna be so invested in the story aspect. And people, oh my gosh, just the response has blown me away. So Seth and Alphonse together on the sticker being happy, makes me want to cry. I love them very much, and thank you for loving them too. You can also get prints, all of my promotional artwork, the videos that have special unique artwork for the video. Those are all available as prints. There's prints, a bunch of prints from the Guzma and Piers versus audio. There are some excellent Piers shots. Jackie went nuts. It was great. She really popped off with the art. There's stuff you haven't even seen that much of. There's 2 Howl posters. I've hardly ever got to share those, but they are there. There's all the stuff from the Alphonse and Seth videos, stuff like that. And these are big. These are big prints. 18 by 24. They're gigantic. So I'll put it to you this way. They're $20. And normally at a con, $20 is for an 11 by 17. These are gigantic. And that's the smallest size they have. I would have had smaller sizes at different prices, but Teespring doesn't have that. So they are great. And the stickers, also the Alphonse and Seth 50k special is on t-shirts. It's great. Okay. Was that all my shilling? And let me just say, if the response to the merch is good, I am totally down to create more merch. The thing is, it's not even about it's obviously the financial aspect, sure, but I love getting stuff of mine into the hands of people and fans so you can rep me out there in the world. That's just so cool. I never thought anybody would be interested, you know? It's so cool. And so let me tell you guys about another merch idea that I have. So you can see, if you look at the shop, you can get a sticker of my icon, my Echo icon. Big square. It's 5x5. So it is a big square sticker. And what I'm looking at doing, I know people love body pillows, and I love body pillows, but it requires a whole lot of effort to make that happen. So, hear me out. They do, on Teespring, have throw pillows. Little square pillows. And the icon size square fits perfectly onto these pillows. So I'm looking at getting little throw pillows made with headshots of all of the boys. So they'd be, and it's really crisp. Like, Jackie's line art is so good. Like, I'm so excited to get these. Yeah. And, yeah. So, future merch. I already have ideas. Also, previous Patreon pins. Teespring has a thing where I can ship them my merch and create a custom listing. So, if you missed out on the headphones recommended pin or the Alphonse Pocky pin, I might be able to sell those to you and not have to worry about shipping them myself, which would be fantastic. Anywho, merch. Merch is good. Also, listen, guys. I feel like it's an inevitability that there will be body pillows at some point. Of course there will someday. The only issue is like shipping and how I would do that. And, you know, I mentioned the whole I can give Teespring my items and they will handle the shipping. So if that goes well with the pins, we will see. We will see. But I hear you. I see the way that everybody gets lit for body pillows. So I hear you. I hear you. Let's see. Okay. Let's recap some of these recent events. Haraya tipped $10, said congrats on 50k Yuri, I'm glad you're doing well. I wish you the best of luck in everything. I can't stay for long, so enjoy the rest of your night and sleep well. Thank you, Haraya. Take care of yourself. Kaylin tipped $5, says entry to the raffle. Yuri voice merch, please. You might want to specify which merch. We'll get it figured out, don't worry. Unituna tipped $10 and says, I always love your work. Congrats on 50k. I always love your work you put out. Thank you for that good. Teeny question. Will there be more Howl audios as well as more Reno? After playing Final Fantasy VII Remake, Reno's titties have been implanted in my mind. Love you always. There will be more Reno. I have a couple of Reno things. I just got to go do them. As for Hal, so it's tricky with Hal because obviously he's a part of a ongoing story, and I don't want to tamper with the fiction of the story too much. I was really lucky because there was that convenient, he had a near-death experience, he was unconscious. Let me play with his trauma. So it was a unique opportunity to do that. But I do love writing Hal. I am not the best at improvisation, you know. So it's nice when I get to sit down and write, because then I can really dig into Hal. I'm sure there will be more, because it's great because I get to promote Tingles and Dragons, which, by the way, if you don't know, Tingles and Dragons, me and my ASM artist friends get together and we play Dungeons and Dragons on Carlin Audio's channel. If you sign up for the Gleam giveaway, you will see a link and you can get an entry for a free commission if you go and look at the Tingles and Dragons channel. And if you subscribed while you were there, I would be really, really appreciative. And Pantsless Wookie tipped $5 and said, "Okay, you sold me. Toss me in the raffle for the stickers. Every time I scan Uncrustables at my cashier job, I think of Guzma. You are to blame for that, sir." Oh my god. Guzma is an Uncrustable fiend. Can you imagine? It's the grape. It fits the whole aesthetic. Niertak tipped $10 and says the Alan Seth stickers would be great. I love your work and I wish you good luck for the future. Thank you. Okay. Rapid fire on some questions. Oh, yeah. Thea, you're right. So, hear me out, guys. Do you remember the Champion's Heart series with Leon? You remember that for a long time, it left at a bit of a cliffhanger where things got a little steamy and then we faded to black. And I was going to do a not safe for work part to that, and life happened and I just couldn't do it. I just never had the time, and then time passed and I was like, well, in my mind, I was like, no one cares. Like, no one cares. But I opened script submissions. What are script submissions, you ask? Well, let's say you have a story you want me to tell. You want my voice for your script. You can go to the link that I'm sure is posted and also in the description below, and you will find the guidelines for submitting a script. Safe for work or not safe for work. You must be 18 years or older to participate in this. You can submit a script. We will review it. If it is approved, I may record it. And some entrepreneurial, brave soul said, you know what? I wanted that finale for the Champion's Heart. I wanted the spice. And I didn't get the spice. So I wrote it myself, Yuri Voice. I wrote it myself, and I hope that's okay. But I wrote it. And they submitted that script. And that script was awesome. And I recorded the hell out of it. And people loved it. And there are other scripts that have been submitted that have blown me away. So if you are a writer, if you want to try your hand at writing a script, and excuse me if you just heard me burp, I'm sorry. If you want to try your hand, I encourage you, give it a shot. Writing scripts for this sort of thing is tricky. Don't get me wrong. It's a whole different kind of way of writing, because you have to tell a story with one person's dialogue. You don't get the prose, you don't get the other character's voice. You have to paint a picture with one character's dialogue, and that is not easy. But if you want to try it, I encourage you to try. People are so talented, and if you have a script or an idea you want to see me bring to life, you can go and submit a script, and We check it regularly. We get together like every week or other week or so, and we go over what we got, and they get added. We send response emails, and they get added to my pool of scripts to record, and it helps me. That's the thing. Like, it really helps me because up until now, I've written like 98% of all of my content. That's a lot. And I've done it. I realize, like, I need to open up submissions because people will actively, not only because they want to hear me do a thing, but like people also like to help. And it is a genuine help. So yeah, I encourage you to give it a shot if you'd like. The guidelines should cover everything. Like, don't send me a fanfic. Send me a script. It has to be 750 words of my dialogue. It just has to, because that's how I know it's long enough. And if it's tough or you can't do it, it's okay. Like, it's fine. But if you're interested in it, cool. I encourage you to try. There you go. Big plug. Shout out to Thea for all the help she gives me with the scripts. It's great. Oh my goodness. Oh man. Okay, holy shit. Okay. I'm going to try to rapid fire these questions. Oh gosh, where did I leave off? Okay. Why are Alphonse's eyebrows thicker than a bowl of oatmeal? I love thick eyebrows. Point blank period. Fucking love thick eyebrows. When did Alphonse dye his hair? I don't know. So, like, I didn't think it through that much when I made him, because he was a Stardew Valley character. Like, of course he has purple hair. Why not? Or whatever specific color of hair he has. I don't know. Pink, purple. Somewhere in the middle. So I didn't really think about it, but probably as a older teen. So probably like, oh my god, I could see him trying and oh my god, oh, this is funny. Picturing him at like 16 doing his rebellious teenager thing, and he does like a box of like box dye, and it's just bad. And then, oh my god, I could see his parents being like, listen, Al, you want to express yourself. We understand. Just promise us that next time you'll let us know and we can just get it done by a professional. Okay. Yeah. Would Alphonse and Seth ever tag team the listener in a one-shot? Like unrelated to the story. Wow. Yes. Absolutely. Maybe even like another flashback thing. Like someone, just a rando that they did the thing with. But also maybe offshoot of the story. I think it would be really sweet. Yeah. And really spicy. Okay. What was your inspiration to start making OCs, and what do you base them off of? So, I've talked about it already, but a lot of it is my own... the characters that interest me. So, whether it's my own experiences or my own interests, I use that as building blocks. And my inspiration to start making OCs is I wanted to tell stories with my own characters forever. I mentioned earlier that Final Fantasy VII was my inspiration to start writing. I was like, oh, I want to write the stories for video games. And it didn't occur to me, like, video game writer isn't a job unless you were a journalist. And when I realized that, I was like, oh, well, then I just want to write about video games. And then eventually that dream kind of faded away. But I always wanted to tell stories. There's a big old story in my head that I've worked on since I was a teen. And it'll probably never get told. It's so... It's just so unapologetically, like, tropey, and all of the bits and pieces that make me are in it. Like, it has daddy issues, and friends, and betrayals, and it's just so, like, Yuri, of course you wrote this story. Of course you did. And I don't think I'll ever tell it, but, there's a very sweet relationship in it. And it's kind of funny because as I grew with that story, as I learned more about myself, especially in terms of like my sexuality, I started to see things in the story. It's funny when I look back. It's like, of course I've always been, I never considered sexuality, really. I just was like, oh, well, people like people, right? That just makes sense. But it's funny because in my own story, I realized that I had told a very tropey gay tragedy. And, so if I did tell the story now, I don't want it to be that. But it's just funny because it was right there in front of my face and I didn't know for a long time. And then one day, not too long ago, in the recent years, I was thinking about like things and I was like, oh my God, are they in love? Oh my God, they're in love. How come they didn't tell me? And I'm like, oh, they did several times and I just didn't realize. So saying all that to say, I've always wanted to tell stories with characters, and this just provided me a really cool way to do that. A really cool and unique way to do that. If you could marry any fictional character, who would it be? Who's that bunny hero girl from My Hero Academia? I haven't caught up with the plot or anything, but oh my God, she could destroy me. Is that valid? I don't know her. I don't like marriage. Probably a bit too much, but like, dear Lord. I don't know if I could marry any fictional character. I don't know. I don't want to marry anybody. You fucking kidding me? What's my favorite dessert? Fresh brownies with a scoop of vanilla ice cream on it. What are some anime boys that Alphonse would simp for? Oh my God. Oh my God. You know who Alphonse would love? Leo from Promare. Oh my God, he would love him. He'd love him so much. 10,000%. What is my favorite candle scent? There's a candle company called Spireside, and a scent called Dragon Queen, I believe. It smells like power. I don't know how else to even explain it. It just smells like what you would smell before you ask somebody to step on you. Is that a bit much? I'm sorry, but that is what it makes me think of. Do I have a favorite outfit? Yep. I have. So it's this really cool, it's like a plaid, worn out, long sleeve button up. I never button it up though. And it's like torn, like the hems are all, what is that called? Weathered, worn, whatever it is. And I know tacky when you get clothes that are already fucked up, but it looks good. And it has a hood, so it's a hooded button up. Um, it's dark blue and black. So I wear that with like a t-shirt under it, and then I have a gray, like a light gray vest that I wear on top of that, and I put the hood over the collar of the vest, and then I wear jeans with it, and I really like how I look. It's like grunge, but not too grunge. Like grunge, but I look good. Not grunge, and I need to shower. You know what I mean? That's one of my favorites. If you were to have one of your character's personalities, who would it be? It would be if Alphonse and Seth did the fusion dance from Dragon Ball. Them. J.K. Rowling is ew. Yes. Fuck turfs. But which house would Al and Seth be in? I think. I always forget, and I'm like this with any personality type thing. I always forget what the types are, but I could see like Al being a Ravenclaw and Seth being a Slytherin. Also, why does Egan have a lot of angst right now in the plot? Because he is a bastard character who was responsible for a lot of bad things, and I wanted to tell a story about isolationism, and I don't want to give away too much. He has to reap what he has sown. He was not a good person. The Naga in my story were not good people. And he, in his isolation and in the dark and quiet, he's had to fester, you know, and in his plot, it's revealed he had someone that he supposedly kidnapped or something, that was with him, and when people came to take them away, he them and it is that former person was a female. That is not ambiguous. I feel like that should be pointed out. And they saw him just completely destroy these people, these adventurers who came to save her, and it frightened her, and she ran. And I think that, paired with coming to terms with like the history of his people and his own pride, I think that's pretty heavy. He's not a happy character. I think he's very sad, and he's probably too proud to say it. Yeah. So, lots of angst. I don't think there's ever... his story is one that probably doesn't end happily, you know. Who did Alphonse marry in Stardew Valley? Fun fact! I think I only married one time in that game, and it wasn't with Alphonse. I am great at like playing through to year 2 and then getting bored. I really wanted to have him hook up with Sebastian because fucking of course. But him and Shane would be really interesting too. Is there a character you don't like doing that much? No, because if I didn't like it, I wouldn't do it. Point blank. And that doesn't, let me clarify, that doesn't mean that, that there are characters who I don't do anymore or not as much. That doesn't mean that I don't like them either. I normally don't even pick up a character that I don't like. If I choose to do a character, there's something I like about them. Yeah. So next question is there any chance of us getting a threesome relationship with Al, Seth listener, or maybe Guzma Pierce listener? I talked about that Al Seth listener thing. Guzma, Piers, and listener, I don't know. I have this plot outlined, but there's a lot of blank spaces. I have to see how this develops. I'm very intrigued by Piers and Guzma. That doesn't mean it's going to become a them thing only or whatever. But in this story and the way that I've written them, I think they have mad chemistry. I think Guzma being so determined to create a change, whereas I've written Piers as sort of aloof and like he'd given up on his ideals a little. Like someone asked me about this before, and I talked about my thoughts on how Piers was when Guzma came to Spikemouth. And I like to think Piers, sure, he doesn't like Dynamax, and you know, he's kind of anti-establishment, but you know, things are fine, I guess. Like it's just such a bother trying to change people. I got my friends. I got Marnie. Like, it's fine. This is fine, man. And I think he became complacent. And so things are fine, I guess. And then this hot guy comes to town wearing this like fucking cool ass punk outfit, talking mad shit, and he's intimidating, but he's talking like a fucking cartoon villain, and he's so silly and cartoonish, but he's kind of talking sense. But you know, is he just stupid? So I think Piers is just intrigued by Guzma, and that's why, like, even though he kind of really agrees with a lot of what Guzma's saying and what his ideals are, he didn't just roll over. He really did want to test him and see, like, okay, what are you about? How far are you willing to go? What, you know, are you just all bark and no bite? So they battled, and Guzma whooped his ass. And it just, I also like that Piers serves as a way for me to avoid the listener becomes crutch for broken character thing, which I also talked about with Al, Seth, and listener. Piers is there to challenge Guzma in terms of his thoughts and stuff. And it was interesting to me that, you know, all it took was someone asking Guzma, like, what happened to you? And the thing is, he didn't want to keep that to himself. He's wanted the companionship, which I think is why the Pierce, like, he went down that route, taking Piers as a pet. Because not only does he need someone who knows Galler, I think he craves that companionship. And I think leaving behind Alola and then the relationship with the listener going the way it did, I think he really was just twisting in the wind. And even if he doesn't know Piers and he's just a stranger, just someone going, hey, I would like to listen if you would like to talk. I think that created a unique dynamic between those two. Now, there is the new listener who we don't know much about or what might happen, and there's people love to talk about the old listener and wanting closure in some way, shape, or form. But I don't there's people who want closure, and then there's people who want the listener and Guzma back together. And the thing is, I stand by their relationship ending. I just do. I think it was one of those situations where Guzma was the lost puppy who was gonna throw away everything to stay with them, even though clearly the listener wanted to go alone. And I understand, like, here's where the conflict starts in terms of, like, actual people listening and the listener character. People love Guzma, and they would want him with them forever. But this character, the character of old listener, was not like that. They had a good time with Guzma, and they were gonna go. And they didn't have the heart to shoot him down and say no, or to break up with him. So they're like, okay, fine, because they didn't know how to say no. And that's really interesting to me, because you can create very real conflicts when you explore the idea of people not being able to say no. Because that is so real. It's very real. People pleasing is a source of a lot of conflict, and especially in relationships. So I wanted to see what would happen if Guzma, who, the way I like Guzma is, Team Skull is like family. And for all the shit that Guzma's been through, all the things he's done, that's their boss. And they care about him. Even though, like, I understand in canon he can be very cruel. But I like this idea that he was a flawed character who grew, and that it's a found family story. And I love those stories. Found family is very important to me. So the thought of a character like Guzma being infatuated and leaving behind the people who the beautiful, sad, cruel irony in this story is the love and care that he thought he wasn't gonna get anywhere else but with the listener. He already had it with them. He already had it with Team Skull. Like, he was good enough for them. They loved him. Even through all the shit he's done, through the hard times, that was their boss. And he even references, like, Plumeria didn't have the heart to tell him because she cared, and she didn't want to say, hey, this person, maybe it's not the kind of relationship you think it is. She didn't have the heart to say it. So it's this very interesting story about feelings and what happens when you're caught up in them, and you're unable to say the things you need to say or do the things you need to do. So I know there's a lot of people, probably people listening, who didn't like the way that the way that went down, and I get it. I totally get it. I needed to do a better job laying the groundwork for that. But also, and this is definitely just an excuse, it was kind of vent art for me at the time. I was in a place where I felt abandoned, and I put a lot of myself and my feelings into that. So if I've ever seemed defensive about it, it's because it was deeply personal to me, and I get it. I am sympathetic to those who didn't like the way it went. But for me, it was so cathartic. It just felt good to say those things, and to let go, and to be the one that leaves. You ever been in a situation where you wish you were the one who made the first move? Especially in terms of like leaving. Yeah. That's what that story was to me. And I know it's not the fluffy, super great, I love Guzma, raw me daddy, whatever. I know it's not that. It wasn't supposed to be that. It wasn't ever going to be that. So, yeah. Okay. I don't even remember what the original question was. Oh, it was about threesomes. Yeah, it might happen one day. Yes, that is a good point. Because it is going on... How long has this been? Yeah, we're coming up on... we are coming up on some time. Alright, so... Here's what we're going to do. Last call for questions. And then we're done. So, you've got 1 minute to send a question. And then we got to cut them off. I'm sorry. But I have a lot more to read. And then I'm going to get through this. I only planned to do this for 2 hours. But this has been really great. And it just feels good to really sit down and talk with you guys, because like the YouTube fam, I haven't had a chance to like to be me with you guys, and I'm working on some stuff that'll kind of make this more personal side a little more reoccurring. So yeah. Let me get to some tips real quick. Shiracho tipped $5, says, I'm terrible with words. Congratulations on the 50K. Your audios have helped me at times when I have been at my worst, and made me laugh when I just wanted to feel free from my stress. You keep doing you. Thank you. Kiki tipped $5. I am back. Real quick, fam. Just say I'd love to take a shot at those stickers. Also, your boy Alphon's hair color is a bitch to find. I had to go buy new markers because I didn't have his hair color. Thanks, you have expanded my color range. I am so sorry. Van Lynn tipped $5 and didn't say anything. Thank you. And as we're trying to wrap up, let me also say, raffle time. If you want to get tips in for the raffle, thank you all so much for the support, by the way. The merch shop is open indefinitely. That'll be open. Nothing's going away. Nothing's like limited time. But if you've purchased, I'm going to go look at Teespring and see if I can see like what we've sold. If we've sold, holy shit. Oh my goodness. 41 orders, you guys? 41. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. Oh. There's only 9 things that haven't even been bought. Just to put that into context, out of that whole thing. Shame on y'all for not getting the Tom Nook poster. Holy crap, you guys. Oh my gosh. Oh. That's just really cool. Thank you guys so much. I'm gonna cry. Thank you guys for loving my boys. Just thanks for being so supportive and stuff. Okay, so yeah, merch is great. Thank you everyone who's bought some stuff. I hope it gets to you really quick. All right, questions. Would I want to be a voice actor for movies or anime? So, here's the thing. I am very comfortable being my own boss and being my own director. Honestly, the effort and time it would take for me to go be in a project or like to audition. The thing is, rejection sucks. I think we can all agree on that. And auditioning and failing, well, okay, rejection is not failure. I should say that. Trying and not being chosen is not failure. I'm saying that to myself just as much as I'm saying it to you. But like the time I could spend on that, the effort and like emotional drain of that, if I channeled even half of that into creating my own content, I would not only be happier, I'd make more money, I'd continue to build what I've already been working on. It doesn't make sense at this point. So for me, I'd want to be in something really special or important to me, or a project I feel very strongly about, or a project of my own, I don't know. I'd love to make a like a sim. I'd love to make a game. I know it's not easy, and it's very easy to say you'd like to, but it's a whole nother thing to make it happen. But it would be great. I'd love to do it one day. So for something like that, something that I created and I own, I would love to be a part of that. But yeah. Were you expecting the reactions to the Guzma angst? I totally just covered that. Cool. But in short, yeah, I knew some people would feel some type of way. I didn't expect the backlash to be quite like that. And I did learn from it. I know I do get defensive about it, but I totally get, I understand. And to some people, it blindsided them, and there's a level of trust people put in me with these audios. And I have to respect that. If I could do it differently now, I liked the direction it took. I needed to make it clearer what was going on with the listener in terms of how they felt. Because it wasn't clear enough. So I would have done it. I would have done better if I had been more thorough. Yeah. Is Alphonse like a part of your personality? Did you make him a part of yourself, or did he just come naturally over time? I totally dumped. So, like, think about your own original characters. Your first few probably were hella self-inserts. And for me, Alphonse is very much like that in a lot of ways. So the thing, I don't like Candy as much as Alphonse. But I love the aesthetic. I love the way he looks. Like, I love the way he acts. I think the humor and I think just when it comes to him being the way he loves, I think that's a lot of me. Yeah. Are we ever going to get an Alphonse sweater in the merch store? So they have a thing where you can do an all over print. I just don't know. It's going to be tricky. And the thing is, making clothing and selling it is not easy. But obviously, like, I would totally do that. Is Laffy Taffy still Alphonse's favorite candy? Yes it is. How old am I? I am 29. I am a geezer. Do you have brothers or sisters? No. Are you an ally to the LGBTQ or in it? I am in it. I am an ally. I want to say from the age of I think 22, I began my journey of being less ignorant. I'm not gonna sit here and say that I didn't know what a trans person was. I didn't know anything about trans people. I didn't know anything for a long time because my circles were very insular and I just didn't know. And it was when I started to come to terms with my own sexuality, and my bubble expanded so much. Like I started to know people. I started to get to know people. I began to know and meet and learn, and I'm so glad. Like, Tumblr catches so much shit for being Tumblr, and Tumblr earns a lot of it. But it, to me, was such a resource to broadening my knowledge of many issues, in this case specifically of the LGBTQ community. I think in making an effort to listen and just understand and ditch the debate me or explain it, like, just listen to people, I'm so glad that I've met the people I've met throughout my journey, and I've gotten to learn, because the thought of remaining ignorant is terrifying, and I think that thought should be terrifying to everybody, right? Like, you should want to endeavor to learn and to hear people and try to empathize with people whose experiences aren't like your own. Would you ever collaborate with a female ASMR artist like Mayday? Yeah. I did mention that I was thinking about Seth's mom, right? You never know. Who's your fave character in My Hero Academia? So, here's the thing. I cry like a baby over Midoriya. Um, I resonated so much with uh, just wanting someone to believe in you. Uh, I, for a long time, felt like there was no one who had any faith in me. Even the people who cared about me, um, it felt like they were resolved to just knowing, like, oh well, he's a good guy, but he's not, he never quite made it. Stuff like that. And I very specifically, for a long time, would really get tore up over the idea that I hadn't heard that someone was proud of me in years. Genuinely, I hadn't heard those words, or that someone believed in me. So obviously those first moments of My Hero Academia, I was like openly sobbing for All Might saying that he could become a hero, Man, we are on the fields trip. Troublemaker tipped $5 and said, "Put my name in the sticker bundle, please. Happy to support you, Yuri. Keep doing what you're doing. It's great work." How do you feel about people doing gender-bent cosplays of your characters? I generally dress in a similar vein to Seth, and I think it'd be cool to just do a cosplay of him. Totally cool with it. Think it would be awesome. How long have I been on YouTube? I want to say maybe 2.5 years. It took me a while to start moving things to YouTube, and even then it was slow. And then at the end of, was it the end of 20, which 2010 was it that Tumblr died? That's when YouTube became the big thing. How'd you meet your ASMR friends like Carlin and Todd? So here's the thing. I was an island. Man, we're really going to get into the feels, aren't we? Okay, so I had a lot of work to do on myself a couple years ago. I was very standoffish, prone to jealousy, prone to comparing myself to others and feeling like it's a competition, and feeling like people would only want things out of me. And I'm not gonna excuse it. I've been through some shit, but at the same time, I've just always been scared, I think, is what I was. I think I was scared of inadequacy. And I was overcompensating my fear by being like, oh, I can do that. I can, whatever. And when anytime I saw someone else in my lane, basically. And when I found out that YouTube was a thing, I saw Carlin, and he was the big dog. He is the big dog. He is the industry leader in what we do. And I set my sights high. If we want to kind of tie this back into My Hero Academia, he was All Might, and I was Endeavor. I had my eyes set on Cardlin because I thought, if I dedicate myself, if I work really hard, I can do that, right? I'm good enough, right? I just need a break, right? That's all I need. And that was how I felt back then. I didn't know him. I didn't know anybody, because how could I know? Why would I talk to anybody, right? You know, I'm an island. I can do this on my own. And Christmas time came around one year, and someone who had been a fan of mine and was a fan of Carlin's tagged me in a tweet, because Carlin said, "Hey, I'm doing a big Christmas collab. Tag your favorite ASM artists, and maybe we'll link up." And I think around that time, I was confronting a lot of those things that made me feel that gross way. And a lot of people won't talk about this. A lot of people would never want to admit things like jealousy and spitefulness like that. But I had to, God, it's so funny, because the same people who feel that way, they then go, well, why don't I ever catch a break? Why don't, how come nothing happens to me? Like, nothing good ever comes around for me. It's like, well, maybe it's your shitty attitude. And I think a lot of it was my shitty attitude. And I was just starting to grow. And I got tagged in this post, and I said, oh yeah, I'd love to. Because, I mean, of course, like, it's a huge break. Getting featured in a Carlin Audio collaboration, holy shit, that's a big deal. Especially because I was just trying to get going on YouTube. And it actually kicked my ass into gear, because I said, yo, I gotta have content on my YouTube, because people are gonna find me through Carlin, and then I have to have content, and I have to show them, like, oh shit, I'm the real deal, right? So I was a part of it, and it went well. But we never got to really talk. Cause it's not like we were, cracking beers and we were hanging with the boys and stuff. It was just a collaboration, especially a collaboration that big. It's not like it wasn't, it was send in your clip and you're good, And then, he reached out to me after the fact, and I told myself from that point on, it's like, listen, any judgments I had made before then, any predisposition to that competitive feeling, needed to fucking chill. Because look at this guy. And I looked at Carlin, and I saw him, the way he carried himself, the philosophy of a rising tide lifts all ships. He carries himself in a way that is inspiring. And I know it sounds like maybe I'm overstating it or something, but to me, in that time, seeing him put the team on his back, put the community on his back like that, said something to me about his character and revealed something to me about my own. And so from there, I was really grateful. And we talked about doing another collab. I was like, I'd love to. We did the Mannequin 2-part series, which was really cool. And it was cool. And that was kind of it. And then, we started talking about, and this is like months and months and months apart. When he needed to take some time off, I was one of the people he reached out to about doing a video on his channel, which was another huge opportunity. And that was an Alphonse audio, because I knew I knew Alphonse was a draw, and getting that kind of platform was a huge bump. And I took my shot with that, and it went great. And we talked about streaming sometime. And we had talked about streaming together, and then never talked about it again a couple of times, I think. And finally, it came together, and that was when I got a chance to kind of talk to Carlin more. But even then, we hadn't quite broke through that, like, we have a mutually beneficial relationship. We hadn't broke through to, like, being pals. And it's funny, I met Todd on the Patreon Discord server because it felt like me and him were the only people talking sense. And then after the fact, whenever I met Todd through Cardlin, I was like, wait, I know Todd. I know this guy. He's cool. So then we streamed together, and we had some good times, like shooting the shit after a stream and stuff. It was really nice just to kind of talk and share our experiences and stuff. But I don't think the real breakthrough happened until T&D. And when Carlin was like, hey, what do you think about doing a Dungeons and Dragons thing? A live stream podcast deal. I'm trying to get some people together. And I was like, well, yeah, of course. But in my mind, I'm like, oh my God, this is like, it's hard enough, like just talking one-on-one. I've got to be in a group. And these people, I thought it was like a group of friends. I didn't know, like, a lot of us hadn't really gotten to know each other like that. So I was really nervous, and doing it live, and I'm not great at improv, but I had made so much progress, and this opportunity was like, I want to be able to make friends. I want to be allies with my peers. I don't want to feel like we're fighting for views. Like that's such a toxic way to look at it. I don't want that. I don't want it. So I'm going to do this. And now they're my friends. Like, we're not super tight, but we absolutely have spent hours just bullshitting and talking and enjoying each other's company and listening. And that's a really great feeling. And, I think back to when I had such a terrible way of viewing things. And I was just some dude, and Carla invited me to do this collaboration, and just how he's carried himself really inspired me and helped me to kind of analyze myself and finally, I think, work on deep-seated toxic stuff that was in me for years, since I was a teenager. Like fatal flaws were addressed, and a lot of that was in part to his influence. So sorry for taking like 20 minutes to answer, how did you meet your ASMR friends? So sorry. Sorry. What accent does Alphonse have? So it's sort of like a bastardized version of New York and Boston. I never commit too much one way or the other, and I don't go super thick. It's just, he's sort of like a street kid, a little bit of greaser, just that. Do you like Animal Crossing? Yes, but I haven't touched it in several months at this point. I think, so here was my problem. It's too difficult, or it's too easy to fuck up your island and too difficult to fix it. I get why it takes time to do things, but like it's so exhausting terraforming. It just took the joy out of it. I thought I had an idea, but I'm not good enough to pull it off. It looks like shit, and I don't want to fix it. Because if I fix it, it's not going to look like the natural mass that it was. And I think that's a big hurdle that they might need to look into a way to do a soft reset, like where the island gets randomized again, but you keep all your shit. I think if they had that, I'd be playing right now. But they don't, so I'm not. Did I like Brand New Animal? I did like Brand New Animal. I mentioned that earlier. I gave it a C plus B minus. The plot is where Studio Trigger has been its weakest. They struggle. So, if you've watched Gurren Lagann has the secret sauce that Trigger shows have been missing. And I like Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill was missing that too. It sort of had that connective fiber, no pun intended, between Ryuko and Mako. But the characters feel like they're just existing in the same story, and they're not actually existing together. Does that make sense? And the thing is, character interactions are key to me for my enjoyment. Now, visually, stylistically, the music, Studio Trigger is great. They are great. The writing is the one part that needs work. And I don't know what it was. Like, even Gurren Lagann wasn't... It's not like it was some deep interpersonal story, but the relationships left an impression. Like, you will always remember Simone and Kamina. You will remember Kamina and Yoko. You will remember Simone and, oh my god, I've forgotten her name. Which is kind of counterintuitive to the point I'm making. But those, you felt those characters and how they felt for each other. Team Daiguren, like, you felt that connective tissue, and I think that's missing from Studio Trigger's work now. Even, and like, Promare was a masterclass in terms of visual and visual coming together with the music, the design, just, and the action, flawless, but where was the, for Leo and Gallo, I felt that, but everything else was just like there, you know? And I don't know how they can fix it. I think my expectations for Studio Trigger now is it's going to be pretty and fun, and I need to lower my expectations. And I went into B&A with lowered expectations. It was great. I had a good time, but it's like a C+ anime to me. Like, I'll watch it. I don't regret watching it, but I'm not going to be like, hey man, go watch Brand New Animal. I'm only going to say that to my furry friends. All right. How do we send fan art if you don't have Twitter and or Tumblr? Instagram's good. I think that's what you're asking. If you don't have any of that, I don't know. I don't know. Twitter's great. Make a Twitter. I don't know. I'm sorry. I wish I had a better answer. How did I get in touch with my main artist? I'm always nervous to ask about artwork commissions. So Jackie Eleanor, please follow her. She's in the description box of everything she's done art for. She she found me on Instagram because I posted a Sobble plushie. And I found her because I saw her art and was like, oh shit, nice art. And I saw that she was into Leon, or she was just into Pokemon, basically. And I was like, hey, I really like your style. I'd love to get like a Leon thing done for videos. And that's how we got started. And from there, I was like, man, I really love your art. If you want more work, I got it for you. And then it was just off to the races. And things really started to click when we started getting into character design together. With Howl, with Ulrich, we started to kind of find a rhythm and a pattern, and it just worked out really well. So all I'd say about like contacting artists love work. Like it never hurts to be like, hey, are your commissions open? And yeah, artists like to get paid just as much as anybody else. So if you got work for them, never hurts to ask. Would you ever do a face cam live stream on YouTube? I know your face is on your lovely Insta, but I'm just curious, It's true. So if you guys don't know, like, I'm not a secret. I am me. I am, lower your expectations. I'm a fat neckbeard. Let's put it that way. That's a very cruel and rude way to describe myself. It's not how I would describe myself. I would describe myself as charming and fun-sized. But fun-sized if king-size was your idea of fun. Here's the thing. I told myself in the very beginning, so like, I'm talking a week of being on Tumblr, I told myself that I didn't want to hide. I didn't want to pretend, or I didn't want to be the type of internet person who uses that mystique. And nothing against it. Like, people love the fantasy, right? And some people show up, especially for audio content, for the fantasy. But I am not my characters, and I'm not the person you're listening to. And even in the audios where there's no character and it's just my voice, it's not me. I am me, and I want you to know that I'm me. And there needs to be a degree of separation. And if you don't like the idea that me, a person who is a human being and not a 12-foot tall shark man, or a superhero who can steal your quirks with his eyes, or a fucking gold medalist ice skater, or the list goes on. If you can't deal with the fact that I'm not them, then my content isn't for you, and don't let the door hit you on the ass on the way out. I am me, and I'm happy to be me. And I didn't used to be. I used to hate myself. I love myself now. And, and throughout this process of being Yuri Voice, I learned to love myself more. And, I learned to fight for myself too. I learned to defend myself. I learned a lot about my worth. And I made that very conscious decision back then that I needed to just be open about myself. I didn't want people to fantasize and, oh, I wonder what he's like. No, don't. Or just know me. Just know me. So, I've posted face pics. It's not a mystery. I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy. I don't, if part of the appeal of Yuri Voice is the thought that there's some really super hot guy behind the microphone, then you're not listening to my stuff for the reasons I want you to. I want you to listen because I can take characters and tell stories and make you feel things with those stories. Like, I am not a part of the equation. So Yeah, it's not a mystery who I am. I've always been pretty open. I'm just bad at I like I mean, this is really gonna shock you. I like attention. I like I like being me and people liking me. Um, so it's not a secret who I am. But I didn't think it would be a good idea to kick off my very first my very first YouTube live stream with a face cam. Um, that might have been a little shocking for people. And I don't want to do my hair, man. I'm growing a fucking quarantine beard right now. I look like shit. um, would I at some point? Maybe. I don't. People probably don't want that, you know? People probably like, I don't know. I don't know. How can I spark a conversation with you? Because you're kind of impossible to talk to. I'm not impossible to talk to, for one. Treat me normal. Treat me like a person. If you come at me like you're just a really excited fan, you will bore me. I'm not here to play into the whole like, oh, I'm a content creator, you're a fan, or like that doesn't interest me. A conversation. You bring to me a conversation. That's how you spark it. I am so on Patreon, if you're a member of the $5 tier or higher, you get access to the Discord server, and I'm on the Discord server. I hang out and we'll talk and we'll do whatever so long as you treat me normal. And back in the day, a great way was to come to the Twitch streams because it was not 300 plus people. And, we have a cool community. And the thing is like, there's no secret sauce to getting to know me. I feel like, so here's what I've realized. Because much like anyone, I've had people I saw and went, man, I want to get to know them. They seem cool. And I've shot my shot and I've been ignored. And and I had to come to terms with the fact that, they just don't want to talk to me. And that's okay. I don't want to make you feel bad. I don't want to make you feel like you're not worth my time. That's not the point. It's just, there are a lot of people who want to talk to me. And I've had people try to talk to me for the wrong reasons. And I've had people use me. So it's hard sometimes when people, just show up like, oh, Yuri voice. And it's like, what do you want from me? Do you just want special attention? Do you want your senpai to notice you? Like, yeah, it's tough. But it's not possible. Right now, my mods, my friends who are in chat, these are people I met through Yuri voice, through being Yuri voice. And we became super tight friends. So it's not like it's not possible. It just takes time and effort and, a little bit of luck. But I feel like that's how friendship just kind of works sometimes, like if you go in like, I want to be your friend, it can be tough. It just doesn't, socializing's hard. Do I know Monster Prom? I do know of Monster Prom. I'm going to tell on myself a little bit. I was really interested in checking it out with my friends, and then one day I saw that all my friends played it without me. So it stirs up sad feelings. Sorry, friends who played Monster Prom without me. I'm not mad at you. I'm sad. What is Seth's and Alphonse's favorite things to do? Favorite things to do. Oh my god. Oh, that's so hard. That's a hard one to answer quickly. Seth likes hiking and camping. That's something that actually came about because of a Tumblr ask. And I was like, well, what does Seth like to do? And that actually helped me develop the whole, oh, him and Al used to go into the woods. But why did they go into the woods? Oh, because they needed to be alone because everybody was being weird towards them. So yeah, Alphonse, like, he likes eating candy and listening to lo-fi or Lady Gaga, and he likes, I think he actually likes tending to the store. He likes taking care of a thing. Alphonse, in another life, probably would love to tend to a Zen garden. But his store is the Zen garden. I feel like I answered the how did Seth come about thing. Will there be more pins? Yes. Next goal is a Seth pin. I think. Do I have a favorite plant? I do. I like hydrangeas. Scorpio. That makes me wonder, what are the boys' zodiac signs? I don't remember. I think I decided that I wanted Pocky Day to be Alphonse's birthday because I think that's cute. I don't know. Oh my god, there's so many of these. All right, hold on. Mods, let's powwow. Let me tippy type to you real quick. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. If y'all are good, then I'm good. Because we've cut off questions. There's an N in sight. I'm good. I'm having a great time. I've cried. I'm having a great time. Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to know. Oh my gosh. No, not 100 more hours, Purple. Never. Okay. Would you consider Fantasy AU and others for your characters? Yes. I have actively considered it. I don't remember where I talked about it, but I have been thinking about Fantasy AU Alphonse for a long time, and I just see him as like a knight in this rose gold armor, who's kind of like a horny bard, but a knight. I think it would be a ton of fun just to play with that idea. And it could just be a series of one-shots. It doesn't have to be a deep plot or anything. I think it'd be a ton of fun. What animal would Seth be? I personally think hyena. That is a very good choice. Oh god, now I can't unsee it. He even has like a Haida vibe from Agretzko. Yeah, maybe he would be a yin. Will we ever see Alphonse with his original hair color? So, black-haired Alphonse. I don't know. Because, see, here's the thing. I didn't ever give it that much thought when I designed him. Like, I just, fucking colorful hair, black eyebrows. Like, I don't know. So, I guess his hair color's black. And he'd probably be really hot. I don't know. Maybe. What is Alphonse's favorite thing about the listener? Well, see, that's tricky. Because listener is mostly ambiguous. But, I think his favorite thing about the listener is, that they let him sell the macaroons that they make. And that they love him. Do Alphonse and Seth have a favorite band? I think, I think Seth would really like the Black Keys. Alphonse, more of a Lady Gaga, I'm trying to think of like a band that Alphonse would like. I don't know, but hey, do you guys want my Seth and Alphonse playlist? That's a good idea. Let's go get the playlist, and I'll share it in the chat. That's a good idea. It's called It's So Good. And this first song, the first song on this playlist will hit you like a brick if you haven't heard it. Especially, you know what? I'm going to play it. I don't care. I don't care if we get a copyright. I don't care. Hold on for 2 seconds. Pause this. Come here. So this is called The Sailor Song by Otto Hart. I'm going to share the playlist, but I'm going to play the song. And you know what? Come hell or high water, it'll be fine. Oh, it hurts. It's so good. Okay, I'm gonna stop it there. Oh, God. Oh, oh, God. Let me just. I was your sailor, your demon, your lover, your overbearing best friend, hoping for some attention. I saw through your automatic heartache. Now I know that love is as love was. It's downhill from here. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me right now? Fuck. Should I run 1,000,000 miles away from every memory of you? Let that be a lesson to me. Think not with my heart, but with my head. Oh my God. Do I tell you what the second verse was? I was your armchair, your mattress, your TV, your everlasting talk show host, mouthing, baby, you're wonderful. I fell under your control, switch on, switch off, robotic, and I lost every ounce of myself. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? That song kills me. And the rest of it is pretty good too. The rest of the whole playlist. So yeah, and it's called, and the playlist is named Strawberry Wine. Oh my god. Anywho, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Autoheart has some bangers. Please listen to them. They're like just no one knows about them, and they're so good. The singer is he's Brendan Urie-esque. And that, I mean, those are big shoes to fill, but he has some of those vibes. Okay. Would you make a comic? I would love to do more visual stuff. And I mean, the sad fact is like budget and time. Like I throw more I throw more work at Jackie than you could even believe. And the thing is like there's only so much we can do. Yeah. What is the image of the town Alphonse lives in you see? How similar is it to Stardew Valley? So, pretty similar. A little more developed. I mean, obviously, like, if there's like a convenience store like his, it's a little more developed. It's not necessarily like a baby town, but the particular like town center area where he grew up, the core of the town, I don't know, I haven't really, in terms of like world building for Alphonse's stuff, haven't really given a lot of thought, to be honest. Would you do a voiceover with someone who's just starting out? It depends. It really... So, a few things is like... One of my things from the very start, in terms of collaboration is... It's so easy to tell when two people's recording situations are different. And it can make it really hard to create a believable scene. But that doesn't necessarily mean like, oh, you never work with someone who is just starting out, because, it just depends. Yeah. Will we have a deeper dive into Seth's backstory? I feel like a lot of it is out in the open. In terms of like canon backstory, there's not a ton I want to expand on, especially when a lot of it is not great. Like I would not get any joy out of, for example, writing a scene where I don't know, someone had said some shit to him about his sexuality. I'm for some reason I'm very in tune with Seth when I write Seth stuff. It's because of Seth that I cried several times writing that finale. Just whatever vein that character has tapped into to get to my writing, it hurts. It comes from a place that I have not touched much. And I cried like a baby when I wrote, "Al, stop, don't fuck this up." Because it started to become clear to Seth that Al was going to hurt his relationship with the listener. And then it changed Seth's whole tone when he knew that Alphonse was going to fuck a good thing up. And just feeling that and the way the sacrifice of knowing, like, I love this person so much, but he's happy without me, and if I wanted to press and keep going, I could make it a mess, but I don't want that because he's happy and I want him to be happy, even if it means I have to go. And tapping into that really hurt. So, I think we've glossed over enough of his backstory. What I want to do is dive into Seth's future, is what I want to do. Is Alphonse a mama's boy? Not as much as Seth is. Do I like the horror genre? I like thrillers. I don't like totally stereotypical horror. Like, I'm not a blood and guts type. I went on a date to watch My Bloody Valentine 3D, which was horrible and not even that fucking scary. And I watched the back of the chair that was in front of me rather than the movie for most of it, because I'm a baby. So, what is Al's favorite color? I mean, it's pink or blue, like, flip a coin. What is my favorite class in D&D? Well, I picked fighter because it seemed simple, and then Hal became a, spoiler alert, a fighter warlock. And I kind of actually sort of really like warlock, because it makes sense to me. Rather than having a bunch of spells, it's like, all right, you get slots, but the level of the spell is higher. You just get limited spells. So you get some pretty rapid scaling spell strength at the expense of not having a lot of variety. And because he's a fighter as well, it kind of puts me in a pickle where, like, he has to be a certain type if I want to get any kind of utilization out of his fighter. Like, 5 levels in fighter, like, that's 5 levels is a lot in D&D. So I had to say, all right, well, he's two weapon fighting fighter. So he gets extra attacks, and now he's also a warlock. So how do I get the most out of my extra attacks as a warlock? So he's now like a melee warlock where, you put hex on him, so you do extra damage for every hit. I'm doing multiple hits, and then I get a couple of very powerful spells to support me. And that's really kind of cool. It's not perfect. Like, in terms of min-maxing, there's a better way to do a melee warlock, but I mean, fucking, sometimes you gotta make chicken salad out of chicken shit, With Alphonse, was there any other design for him that did not make it? No. What do you do in your free time? I've been really into Final Fantasy XIV. Playing with my friends, doing that. I've been really into watching travel vlogs because I've been so cooped up and craving adventure. And I've been wanting to pick up filming again. And one of the things, spoiler alert, I guess, one of the things I've been thinking about is recording my adventures to places and then doing voiceover over it. So maybe I'll tell a story, or I'll just talk, and it's sort of like a crossroads between vlogging and ASMR and podcasting, even some kind of hybrid of that, because at some point I pray 2021 is a different year, and I'd love to travel the con circuit, have a Yuri voice booth maybe, and film my travels and take you guys with me, and be able to use my voice in a different kind of way. If you really want a feels trip, the very first video you'll find, if you go to my oldest video, is a video called Quiet Time. And it's me filming out a, like, 13th story window. Wait, there are no 13 floors. In 14th story window in Dallas. And I just talk about... It was almost like a letter for people to go listen to when I'm gone, which is really grim, but it's not grim. It's supposed to feel it's just about how I want people to think of me. And in the end, it was, you know, I want you to be driving down the road and you'll pass by a hotel and you'll look up into the window on the 14th floor and you'll see me. You know, I want to be in those places. You know, God, what did I say? I said it was a little too melodramatic when I listened back to it, but it was reflective of where I was at the time. And I said something like, I know I'm a ghost. I haunt people. And it wasn't meant to be sort of a grim when I'm gone thing. It's I know that I have relationships that ended and they see me still. And I want you to see me. Even if we ended on bad terms, even if we've lost track and I'm not in your life, I want to be with you. That was the feeling I wanted to give it. And doing stuff like that with a really nice, like, travel, you know, exploring and seeing parts of the world and just being out. I think I found this new appreciation for being out, just out in the world, that I didn't have before. Like, I'm itching to go be in the world, and I didn't used to feel that way. But now that, you know, we're in Corona time and fucking we've experienced this isolation, I want to go out, but I want to go out and have you guys with me. I want to be able to go and I want to tell stories and I want to see things and I want you guys to see the things that I see and how I feel about them and all that. So that's what I've been doing in my free time. Wow. I really know how to give some long ass answers, don't I? If you could tell your past self one thing, what would you tell yourself? I mean, is it cheating to say start voice acting? Start voice acting. Get ahead of this ASMR thing. But no. What I would tell myself, because I'm not a religious guy, but I do believe that the universe, life, there's a time and a place. I think if I had gotten on this wave earlier, I think I would not be ready. I think, and this might be something we tell ourselves just to cope with how fucked up life can be. And I understand that and I accept it. But I do think that there is something to be said for having to learn your lessons, for having to go through it, for having to struggle. I just think I had to fail a lot to get here. So, you know, I'd tell myself just to take it easy on myself. I think that is one place that could have been better. Do you have a particular warm-up routine, pre-recording, or methods to keep my voice from giving out? No, I'm very undisciplined. I just fucking sit down and go at it. And sometimes it's not good. Uh, Sometimes I'll listen back and I'm like, wow, that voice wasn't what it needed to be, or I could hear um, like defaults in my voice. Defaults, defects, something. Not defaults. Um, but man, it comes down to this: the philosophy of it's better to get it done than to sit around and struggle and struggle and struggle and struggle, still not have a satisfying result, and have wasted all that time. So you know, one day I'll get better. Have you tried to do an Otome voice character ASMR? I mean, I feel like a lot of what I've done is basically that, right? I did do Yusung from Mystic Messenger, if you mean like literally a character from that. And I got a lot of the Arcana. Who's that really hot guy? Um, the one that looks like a Victorian character. Got some requests for him, but I don't know. I just never got into it. Should I try to voice act as the opposite gender? That's an interesting question. I think it depends on your own comfort zone and identity. I think you need to be considerate of. I think you just, hey, it's true. Look, I'm not going to tell you how to think or how to feel or what to do. I mean, I guess it depends on, like, is there a specific character and is there a reason you want to voice them? And is it in good taste? And those are, answers that you have for yourself. I think, for the sake of, like, I'm going to try to sound as, feminine or masculine as I want, then I think you can absolutely do that. I just think it's one of those things where context kind of matters. But that's up to you, my friend. With the whole Jolene reference, you obviously have good taste in music. Who are your favorite artists? I could go on forever. My absolute favorite band of all time is Blue October. You might know their song "Hate Me." That was their biggest hit. They did you might know their song "The Sound of Pulling Heaven Down." Wait, was that the one they did for Twilight? Yeah, probably. But I'll just say that their lead singer and lyricist Justin Furstenfeld is a very interesting human being who has been through a lot and is brilliant at expressing himself through the written word and through his lyrics. He has had albums about addiction, an album about being a father fighting for custody, an album about being better. It's very interesting to have watched the growth of Blue October as, when I'm down or really feeling fucked up. The older music obviously has a tone because when you're fighting depression, addiction, all those, horrible things, the music is different. Your words are different. Your feelings are different. And some of those songs really slapped. But there's off their newest album, there's a song called "I Want to Come Back Home." And it hits me so hard every time. I'm getting fucked up just thinking about it. and it's a song about um you know um people loving you no matter what, and you being able to come back uh in spite of everything that you've done, every mistake, and you know, it's just mm, mm. And that, oh god, that's a good Seth song, isn't it? Oh god, I'm gonna cry again. Oh. I'm okay. All right. Is If Al is a strawberry Pocky Boy, is Seth a chocolate Pocky Boy? Seth, there's a very specific one. It's the almond chocolate. It's like almond and dark chocolate Pocky. That's him. Would Alphonse like strawberries since they are a pretty sweet fruit? Or would he add sugar to a bowl of strawberries to make them sweeter? He is totally a sugar and strawberry guy, for sure. What is one story character you've really been wanting to do but felt you can't do yet? A story or character that So, I mean, I mentioned the sci-fi stuff. I mean, Echo, even. Echo is the mascot of the channel, and I want to do some Echo audios, but I need to get some shit done first. But that's more like I just need to get the busy work done to get to that point. I think, I think Seth was that character for a long time. Other ones, I don't know. There's just a time, and it's coming pretty soon. I don't know. I'm trying to think, like, is there an OC that I haven't done that I'll throw you guys a bone. Okay, so on Patreon, I've done Alucard audios. Alucard from Castlevania. And I love him very much. He is such a good character. My heart hits me right in my heart. And those audios exist, but I'm waiting for the next season, and then they will be public. I will publish them on YouTube, and then I'm gonna do more. I have one more entry that's gonna be on Patreon. It's a really cool story about a listener who appears at the castle and has amnesia. I really like some of the implications and stuff. And he deserves happiness so bad. I love him. And I wish. Oh my god. I've cried like 3 times tonight, you guys. Question, will you be able to go to conventions when the pandemic ends? Yes. Absolutely. I want to... So, I've had a rule about big crowds scare me, and I do get anxious still. And the thing is, I get so lost, and I'm not good at making friends in person. Just like, I see people running around having a good time at conventions and like interacting with strangers and making friends, and I wish that was me. I really do. I envy those people so much. And a lot of it is like cosplay, and I'm not a great cosplayer type person. And so that's like the one way that's really easy to kind of get your foot in the door and make friends. And then being Yuri voice is a little scary, because then I'm an internet persona, and there's that whole like, are you gonna treat me like a person, or are you like a really like enthusiastic fan? And what is the comfort zone there and stuff. It just, but will I be able to go to conventions? Yes. And I want to. I really do. So I'm in the. I want to. So. I do. I want to go to conventions, and I want to go to big ones. Probably not like Anime Expo big, because holy shit, that's not fun for the people who want to go, like, but I've been looking at Dragon Con, MomoCon, those big Atlanta cons are on the radar. I had a great time at Anime Fest in Dallas, Texas. That was a upper mid-size type con. And that's right where my comfort zone is. It's like, there's breathing room. You can walk down the hallway without having a fucking sweaty, greasy Deadpool drool over you. And it's just, you can navigate it, right? That's where I start to struggle, is when I don't just want to move in a sea of people wandering. Like, I actually love going to panels. I like having a chance to listen and communicate with people rather than the constant running. Also, like, my knees are fucked. So walking a massive convention is not the easiest thing for your boy. So yeah, but Question, Yuri. Do you have an idea of how the listener looks? I don't really think about it much. I think there's more like just ideas, vague ideas, like especially with like Alphonse, the listener being into baking. So I it's very like cottagecore cute that I'm imagining. But that's it. I don't like to give it too much thought because I don't want it to influence how I write it, I like being as ambiguous as possible, and me having an ambiguous view of it keeps it easier for me. How long does it take to make videos? I mean, that's such a hard question, because like I have times where I can just, a script is done in less than an hour. I could run and record it, have it done in 30 from there, ship it off to Food Bake, and that baby's ready to go. So boom, a day. But then it's like, well, I have a script, but I'm not really feeling recording. I don't know if I've got the juice for it. And then it'll linger, and then I'll be like, oh, I should have done that. And then I feel guilty, but then I'm not creative when I feel guilty. It varies. And that's why script submissions are really handy, because sometimes I can just be like, hey, I like that script, I'm going to record that. And it takes the writing thing out of the equation. So that helps a lot. What is our fan base name? Honestly, many moons ago, y'all were the Booty Goblins. Because y'all be gobbling the booty. But, I don't know. And the thing is, like, Yuri voice, there's no good fan base name. There's no like good pun, there's no reference. There's just, sometimes y'all are just the homies, and that's how it's gotta be. Oh, we're so close to the end. We're so close to the end. All right. Whew. Favorite childhood memory. Oh my god. That's tough. Depends on how baby we're talking. Let's go with I was. This is a good story. I'll keep it brief. I'll try. So when I was 12, I lived in Ireland for a little bit. And it wasn't great there. And as we were getting ready to go back to the States, my dad's like, hey, let's, me, you, and your stepmom, we'll go on a vacation before we leave Europe. How about that? I'm like, okay, cool. So we go to a travel agency, and they're like, oh, well, Paris, you can go to Italy, London. What do you want to do? And I was like, he's looking at Italy. Italy would be cool, but holy shit, that's really expensive. In the end, he's like, I don't know. These aren't really in my budget or whatever. And they're like, okay, well, how about Amsterdam in the Netherlands? And I was like, oh yeah, sure. That price is right. What the travel agent failed to tell my father and stepmother was that prostitution and marijuana was legal. And I was the only one that took a fucking travel pamphlet. So I'm looking at the travel pamphlet, and I open it, and there's the mayor smoking the fattest blunt I had ever seen. Like, even to today, because it was the first blunt I had ever seen. Because I was 12. Well, I was 13. And then, opening the pamphlet, there's a big, statue, a big penis fountain in the center of the red light district. And I'm reading, and I'm like, oh my god, wait, what is happening? But I was very shy, so I couldn't be like, hey guys, we're going to a den of iniquity. So we go, and it's fine, and I'm sitting there like, okay, well, I just won't tell them, and we're only here for a few days. It'll be great. It'll be fine. So long as we don't go to a coffee shop or the red light district. And we're sitting there at that Hard Rock Cafe, and my dad's like, that guy's just out there smoking a joint. I'm like, yeah, I guess he is, huh? Weird. And so after a day, my dad's like, hey, let's get a coffee. And he wants to go to this place, like something Bulldogs, the Bulldog or something. And it is a coffee shop, which is where they sell the weeds. And finally, poor little shy me is like, actually, they don't sell coffee there. And I was like, what do you mean? It's called a coffee shop, boy. Like, well, you see, and I pull up the folded pamphlet, and I go, you should probably look at this. And my dad, here's the thing you gotta understand about old man Yuri voice. He is a wild man. He loved to party, he loved to fuck, and he would smoke some weed for sure. So his eyes light up like I've just revealed to him the Holy Grail. And he goes, son, I'll be right back. And he goes into the coffee shop with my stepmother. I am 13 alone in Amsterdam. And a few minutes later he comes out. He's like, holy shit. This is nuts. And so they extended our stay by a week. And I shit you not, I spent most of the week and a half we were in Amsterdam wandering the streets alone. I didn't have a cell phone. This is pre-cell phone. Like, cell phones were a thing, but they weren't my thing. I did not get a cell phone. So little baby Yuri voice is wandering the fucking streets of Amsterdam like just completely free. While my dad and stepmom, I can only assume, smoked a ton of weed and fucked a bunch of whores. Like, I guess, I guess they lived it up, but I was just a baby, and I was alone. And you know what? It was great. It was like, it was like, I could pinpoint where I started. I don't know if this is weird or if this will make sense, so hear me out. It was like I could pinpoint where I like leveled up my consciousness, like where I became more aware of myself as a person, where I stopped being a child as much and I started to become like an individual. So even though it was like, how not to parent, it was an opportunity for me to experience stuff and this freedom that, like, I never would have had otherwise. So I was always the, wow, you're so mature for your age, kid. But genuinely, I was very mature for my age. I think I always gravitated towards older friends. Like, they could have an actual conversation with me, whereas, like, you know, another 13-year-old is like just a baby. But I'm over here like, you know, I've seen some shit. I've actually been through some stuff. I can talk about life. So yeah, I think Amsterdam, and I would love to go back. Because we did go to museums and stuff. We did do some of that, and Amsterdam, the Netherlands, are beautiful. The architecture, the canals, everything was just so cool. And it has a very warm place in my heart. Okay. Okay, we're so close to the end, y'all. I know it's been a long stream. I know it's late. Thank you for hanging out, those of you who've been here. Again, last call for raffles. $5. Let me know which one you want in on. You get that. Merch, script submissions, the free commission giveaway, all of that. You know the drill. Okay. Yo, Yuri, your cats are taking over the house. Wonder who is ruler over all the furniture. Maybe Toshi. No. So let me tell you how the current dichotomy, the hierarchy works here. Toshi lives in the garage. So I have a home gym, and he loves it in there. And I think it's because the concrete floors remind him of the cat cafe I got him from. He loves rolling around on the concrete floor. I think it's cool, and it reminds him of those times. So he has his space, and he likes it. And Sammy lives upstairs. He doesn't like being downstairs. He's just up there chilling. And Tom is a little bit everywhere, but Tom definitely owns the living room. He likes he loves to lay on the couch with me. I do like this leg massage thing twice a day. And he just automatically will come up and lay next to me when I'm doing it. It's really cute. So I think they all kind of have divided everything pretty evenly. Oh. Ah, yes. Okay. Yes. So, when we draw winners for the raffle, which we're going to try to do very quick, tomorrow would be a good time to keep an eye out. I will be announcing winners on Twitter, YouTube, Tumblr. So wherever you follow me, just keep an eye out. And we will be making that announcement. All right, where were we? Is Seth a sweet or savory person? What is his favorite food? Savory, absolutely. Not big on sweets at all. Unless they come in the form of a pastel punk. um, favorite food? Oh, something his mama cooks. Oh, what does his mama cook that he loves? Chicken and dumplings. He loves his mama's chicken and dumplings. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. With the green beans she does just right. Oh, boy. Howdy. I'm hungry. Shit. So I'm cosplaying Al. Any tips? Have fun. I feel like that's my tip for anything. It's just like, just have fun and practice your smirk. The smirk is a big deal. Edge McMuffin tipped $5. They went in on the Al and Seth sticker pack. Can do. Is there going to be a continuation of the Alphonse main story? Because Seth still didn't tell us what he thought of the cinnamon roll. Yeah, I'm working on an epilogue where Alphonse and the listener talk after Seth is gone. And there will be, like, there's more plot to come. This is just the end of this arc, so to speak. I have some thoughts for future plot. I just want some time to, like, I just want to do some Alphonse audios. I just want to do some Seth audios. Stuff that's its own thing. And then maybe we'll revisit a few months from now. The plot stuff. Would your boys be in Stranger Things? I don't know anything about Stranger Things. Sorry. Excuse me. Does Al use candy-scented shampoo? If so, is it a specific candy scent? If you want to know exactly what Alphonse smells like, Snow Fairy by Lush is exactly what he smells like. It's a body wash more than a hair wash. Small Sin tipped $5, said, raffle for the apparel, please. Also, what's the story on how Betty got the name? That question's coming up, so don't worry. How many cinnamon rolls would it take to seduce Alphonse? I mean, shit, not that many. Did you see the size of that thing? Shit. He'd probably need a nap after eating that thing, though. Would you ever do an audio about Guzma and Leon, maybe fighting about who's best? Well, I'll say this. Leon, from the story arc that he has, is in the same timeline and universe as Underground Champion Guzma. And Guzma wants to tear down the establishment, and Leon is the figurehead poster boy of the establishment. Because last time we had a plot Leon thing, he had found out that Piers went missing. And him and the listener, who is a journalist, wanted to find out what's going on. So, what kind of wedding would Seth have? Oh God, something with his motorcycle. Oh, you know the motorcycle would be there. Like they'd ride off on the motorcycle. That's all I know. I'm not a wedding guy, so like I don't even know, but What is your favorite ice cream? Okay, 2 questions. What is your favorite ice cream? I love a really rich strawberry. I love there's a brand that does O'Charlie's caramel pie ice cream. It has little Reese's cups in it, and it is so good. That's pretty cool. Good. Blah, blah. What kind of candy are the characters? So, I mean, Alphonse is Laffy Taffy, and I think, um, maybe, Seth would be like a hot chocolate, I think. Like a real rich hot chocolate. That's not candy, really, but, What do you think is going to happen between Leon's listener and Leon? I think they have a great relationship. I think, I love the idea of them trying to, solve this underground champion mystery together. I think I love the childhood friends turned lovers thing. Yeah. Favorite current song? Man, I don't keep up with a ton of like current music like as it's coming out. I will say this. Lil Nas X dropped a snippet of Call Me By Your Name, and it sounds really good. It sounds like that's going to be a hit, and I really want to hear it. So that will probably be my favorite current song when it drops. What is the story behind Betty? How did the knife get the name? So, Betty is a gift from Seth's mom to Seth, which is why Alphonse kept it, because he knew it meant something to Seth. The knife got the name because of the song Black Betty, and it's black, switchblade. And it's just, if you know the song, whoa, Black Betty, bam, bam, yeah, so just Black Betty, I guess. Are we going to get more backstory on Al and his parents' relationship? Man, so, here's the thing. I wrote his parents out with the classic, his parents are dead thing, back before I knew I wanted to tell stories. Like, I just needed them gone conveniently, and I wanted to hurt him a little. So I didn't think it through that much. It wasn't that deep to me then. Now, obviously, I'm like, wow, I really wish I had thought that through. I don't know. I think the insight we got through Seth and knowing, like, so Al's parents kind of took Seth in when shit got rocky with his home life, and they started to kind of get alienated by the town because they took Seth in, and then Seth and Al are acting weird, and they're like, oh, you guys took him in and gave him a case of the gay, so I think that is, it's just tricky because I've wrote myself into a corner with them. But I think what we did get to learn through the Seth thing was intriguing, and maybe there will be more, but also if we just move along, I'm not gonna hate it either, Yuri, how did you come up with your storylines? So I mean, sometimes it just hits me. So for example, let's talk about Leon and his thing. So I wrote and recorded all of the Leon, A Champion's Heart story before the game came out even. And, I had limited information. I had like 2 trailers and some details. I started thinking like, well, all right, so he's like the jock champ. He's I started looking at like context clues and how, his cape is done up like he's a NASCAR car and driver, with all the advertisements and stuff. And I'm like, well, then there's got to be like, big money involved and all this. And well, I also drew on like my own knowledge of sports and how hard it is to be the best in the world at something. So I was looking at that, how would an athlete who worked his ass off to become the best, how would he feel if corporations, the powers that be, I don't think I even really knew about Chairman Rose at the time. I certainly didn't know anything about the plot because we didn't know anything about the plot. So I was just like, so what if he started to get fed up with how he has to just put on a show, how the sport that he loved and trained his ass off to be the best at, if it's just a show to these people rather than the heart of what he pursued it for in the first place. So that's when I started to come up with that almost like anti-capitalism, anti-establishment thing. And it was just a shot in the dark. Like, I didn't know anything about Leon. So my Leon, he's not as dumb as canon Leon. But a lot of me feels like Leon isn't actually dumb, and he does it to kind of disarm people who might treat him differently because he's the champ, like it's kind of part of his charm. And that's probably me projecting a bit. So it's just, I kind of look at the context and I just brainstorm and roll with it. I'm a story guy. I love coming up with turning little things into, big story. How would Al feel with a clingy listener? Probably fine. I don't know. I haven't really considered that necessarily. I mean, I think he's really lonely. You gotta think, like, his only friend is gone, and his family's gone, and the townsfolk don't really like him much. So even if they were clingy, I mean, it would probably lead to, like, some codependence issues. But, whatever. Have you taken care of yourself today? Yeah, I mean, I drank water, I did my leggy therapy, I ate good. The stream's running a little long, so I'm trying to get through that. How long have you been a voice actor for? Going on 4 years. Getting there. Croissant or bagel? Bagel. Do you like musicals? Not really. How do I feel about everyone that is here right now? You guys are great. Thank you so much for coming out. And we are getting towards the end. Ooh. Oh no, Thea. I just read your question. You're gonna make me cry. Yeah, you guys are great. I'm so glad that I finally got to do a YouTube stream, because my Twitch audience has been limited. I mean, obviously, like, having a big, oh, Yuri Voice is live, 50,000 subs is nothing to sneeze at, so. Would Alphonse be the type to learn a TikTok dance? Yeah, absolutely. Look, you bet your ass he's on TikTok. I personally don't know shit about TikTok, so I can't, like, incorporate it into his character, but you can't tell me he's not a fucking e-boy. Get out of here. So did Marnie take over the Spikemouth gym in Pierre's absence? I wonder. I don't know. What theme or subject would you like to talk about in an audio? I don't know. Like, I've covered so much, but I feel like so much of what I covered it'll never get old, like motivation and comfort and stuff is like, that is timeless. So, have you watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? I have watched some. Stardust Crusaders I watched quite a bit of. It was fine. I never got like super into it. New Horizons is a good game, yes or no? Yes, but it is flawed. Are you hydrating? Yep. Would it be okay if someone wanted to use your voice clips for a fan animation? Yeah. If he could, would Al get a pet with the listener? Oh my gosh. Yeah. Probably. Maybe something kind of funky. Not a cat or a dog. Maybe something like really quirky. Like a pet turtle. What motivates you? Oh my god. What motivates you every day to keep doing what you love? And also, what do you like to do most of the time? Whew. Some days it's hard. I struggle with brain static. I struggle with running myself ragged and then being super exhausted. But, I look at how far I've come and I see all these opportunities that are opening up for me in my future. I see, like, how I've grown and how, like, I'm on a whim. I just decided to change my life in terms of like my health and stuff recently. Like I'm on meds. I was not being treated for something I've had for a long time. I'm on meds. I'm like my whole diet is changed and I'm not struggling. And I look at stuff like that and it's only because I've pushed this far. And it's because of you guys and the support and finding a space for my voice. And how could that not be motivating, It doesn't mean there's not hard days. There's tons of hard days. But I know when to chill, to dust myself off, and come back and kick ass and put on a show, and what do I like to do most of the time? Like, everything I do is so, like, on the internet. Like, work, my fun, everything is so plugged in. I've started to miss when it wasn't like that, though. I used to we moved around a lot when I was young, and traveling and just this rush I get when I'm on the interstate and I'm going, and there's just a big sky above me, and I'm seeing new things and meeting new people, and I have been craving that. So it's not what I've done most of the time lately, but I daydream. I think that's what I do the most, and what I've done the most in my life is I daydream. And that's probably why I have stories to tell and why ideas happen so easy and stuff like that. It's because so I don't put a ton of stock into horoscopes, but I'm a Pisces. And I am, if you look up the Pisces man, you will read my autobiography. You will read all about me, in many ways. Some cases, not so much, but a lot of things are really spot on. And one of the things is, like, if you want to get spiritual about it, is like, Pisces are stuck between two worlds where they're really spiritual and they're really kind of earthly. And it creates this kind of potentially an imbalance, and also this very prone to having your head in the clouds type person. And that is me. I've fantasized and daydreamed, and I've painted these vivid pictures in my head for so long. So what do I like to do most of the time? I like to think about my stories. Every time I get in a car and I drive, I think about Howl lately. I think about Howl, and I think about Dungeons and Dragons, and I think about Howl's story, and I think about all the things that I can't say because they're spoilers, and I think about him. I think about Underground Champion Guzma. I think about Al and Seth. So I guess what I do the most is I like to daydream. I like to think. Yeah. I like to think. Sometimes too much. Actually, always too much. My question to you is, how do you feel about the type of hetero and gay people not believing bisexuality is a real thing? Ah, yes. I think people who have predisposed ideas like that should ask themselves why they think that it's true, and why it might not be true for someone else. And then if they come to, I think the conclusion there is, I don't know. So much of that, any type of, so much of prejudice is a fear thing. And, I don't know. Maybe people think they're going to be tricked, or that someone's going to lie to them, and maybe things aren't the way they are. And that fear can make people think and just say nasty things, and they should look at themselves and understand that the human experience is not so rigid. Is that... I hope that's a okay answer. I didn't expect to get that deep. I don't, yeah. I guess I'll speak to this. We're winding down, and I'll keep it real. I like talking about my own experiences. So, I'm pan, and I identified as bi for a long time because I essentially didn't know what was up with being pansexual. Because to me, in my brain, so there's this whole thing, and I don't want to get into it, but in my brain, bisexual meant spectrum and not either or. But after being educated, I understood that to some, and there were and are people who identify and consider it this way, that it is either or. And if and it excludes non-binary, etc., etc. Whereas to me, it meant everybody. So it then became clear that pansexual was the more accurate descriptor for myself. But as I would call a straight passing man, and I say straight passing, um, because I have not had a lot of opportunity with other men in my life. Don't know why, really. I'm not opposed. I don't, I don't know. Men aren't all that into me. I mean, to be fair, people aren't always that into me. So, I definitely have had instances where it almost felt like people were like, questioning my queerness. Like, I've never seen you, like, I don't know. It felt like people expected almost like a performative thing. Especially when I started out doing the Yuri on Ice stuff. And obviously a ton of my content was Yuri and Victor. And they were like, well, are you gay? Are you a member of the community? Blah, 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 blah. And I'd say, like, well, yeah. And people would be like, yeah, but it felt like people didn't believe me because, I don't know. And it felt so strange. So I think a part of bi or, any kind of erasure like that, whether you're bi or pan or anyone who swings multiple ways, I think, it really sucks to feel like you have to perform for people to just believe you. Like, what? No one's willingly going, oh yeah, let me sign up to join this marginalized group. Like, oh yeah, let me put a target on my back for the bigots. Like, no one just wants that because, what? I don't know what those people think you gain by saying it and not meaning it. I don't get that. So I have experienced that a bit. And it sucks. So sorry if you dealt with that. And, yeah. How did Seth and Al become friends? This one, I need to cook up a cute how they met story. But small town, imagine classes are very small at school. And, I don't know. I could see so easily Al maybe being picked on and Seth standing up for him. I just think about, I'm gonna cry again. I think about the "he was my hero" line that they both said about each other. And it'd be really cute if that was also when they were kids. What's your favorite soda or juice? If you had to... Okay, hold on. Whoa, okay. This is a complex question. It's the last one, aside from Thea's, which I will read and cry one more time. What is your favorite soda or juice? And if you had to choose, which character would fit that flavor of soda or juice? Okay, so I like Dr. Pepper, and Seth is so Dr. Pepper. Like, look at him. That's Dr. Pepper. Al would be like Sakura Pepsi from Japan. And my favorite soda / juice is now Coke Zero because I've cut all sugar drinks out of my life. Which has been a big turning point in terms of like me making lifestyle changes because guys, I would drink sugary stuff like it's nobody's business. Like, the friends that have been around me can attest here in the chat. Like, if we're out at a restaurant, I'm drinking like 5 refills of the soda, and that's obviously horrible. and I quit cold turkey, and I said if I said um I said I'll use Coke Zero if I really need a carbonated fix. And what's great is I'll have like one every other day, or if it's a day where I'm, having a meal and I want something cool to drink, I'll have a Coke Zero. And it's funny because, I think the big thing for a long time with diet drinks and stuff is like, oh, well, the fake sugar, it's bad for you, da 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 da. It's like, what's bad for me is drinking a fucking 2 liter. That's what's fucking bad for me, dude. Like, um, so it's really helped me just completely, um, just, just completely. And I would drink like, man, I had bad sugary drinks around. Like I'd have Gatorade casually. Like I'm not sweating out the Gatorade, my guy. Juices and stuff. And I have only been bad once, and I drank orange juice because I, like an idiot, forgot like, oh, that's a ton of sugar, and that was it. And it's been about a month now, so I'm really proud of myself actually, because I've struggled with that stuff for a long time, and yeah, I just woke up and said I'm ready now. It's funny, and I'll close on this because I think this is a kind of a relatable thing, but like, could be any aspect of your life. But you ever notice when like the people in your life want you to change, and it feels like, you're the pressure and the almost, for me, I'll just tell a bit of my story. Is like, you know, I would have change and like, especially like lifestyle stuff, health stuff, like kind of pressured onto me, and it I just don't work that way. Like, you're not gonna tough love me into taking care of myself. No one's tougher on me than me. Like, you're not gonna scare me straight. No pun intended, but also you're not gonna scare me straight. You're not gonna spook me into taking care of myself. You're not gonna make me feel bad in order to make me do a good to myself. That's not how my brain is wired. And finally, after years of feeling like, you know what, even if I put in effort, it wouldn't be good enough for you, blah blah blah, the moment I was just comfortable with myself, and the moment people just fucking let me do my thing, I decided to take care of myself. And it took a shitload of time. I'm 29, for fuck's sake. But like, it just goes to show you, like, sometimes you gotta know when to turn the pressure on, but also understand, like, it doesn't always work that way. And that's a lesson I've learned for myself moving forward. Oh, Todd! Thank you. Good to see you, dude. No worries, man. I'm finally wrapping up after several hours of reading and answering and being exhausted. Oh my gosh. And then, final one. This is not from the chat, but it is from me, says Thea. Do you know how much we love you and are proud of you? And also, because Thu couldn't let me get away without getting a lick in either, $1 for every time you made me cry tonight, you beautiful jerk. As she tipped $4.50. It has been a night. And I hope if you're in the chat tonight and if you haven't had a chance to, like, you never thumbed through my Tumblr, sorry, it's been really thirsty on there, by the way. Just don't we don't have to talk about it. or you've never went to one of the Twitch streams, and you've never been in the Discord server, and like you just know me through the audios, thanks for hanging out. And I hope getting to talk and just be open and hang out, I hope it has given you some insight into me, what I'm about, what my what drives me, and what my hopes are for the future and stuff. 50K, man. So to put that number into perspective, on Tumblr, where Tumblr obviously doesn't have the reach of YouTube. Certainly not now, but even back then. But it was great for fandom stuff. I'm only now teetering at almost 30K followers on Tumblr. And I started there, and I had a really effective method there. And 50K on YouTube, in the era of like mega YouTubers, it seems, it might feel small in comparison, but your enthusiasm, your excitement, your support, it is not a small number. It is overwhelming just how enthusiastic and how hype you guys get for my stuff. And just, you know, you guys are great. And I'm very lucky to be able to do this, to be able to say I went from food stamps, no education, no job, to this over the course of, a few years. And that's not like, oh, look at me. This is, look at y'all, and look at the community, and look at just you guys, nope, not crying. Man, like, not a year ago, trees fell on my house, and I couldn't work. I was out of commission, and you guys rallied around me, got me on my feet again. I literally didn't miss a beat. I got into a new place, a better place, and I rededicated myself to telling these stories and creating these experiences. Like, I hate the blanket term of content. Creating these experiences for you guys. Someone asked me on Tumblr the other day, how long do you see yourself doing this? What happens when you want to quit? And the thing is like, my whole life, I wanted to find a way to tell stories and to write and to create characters and share them with people, and for people to care. And I tried all kinds of different ways, and it never worked. And I experienced failure after failure, and I fell out of love with writing for a long time. I couldn't write anymore. And it was like if I lived in a world without song, was what it felt like without writing to me. And I kept fighting. I kept trying to find new ways, and it would always, like, I'd take a couple of steps forward and the ground would start to fall out from under me again. And I tried different ways. I was really into video essays, and I wanted to review anime and analyze it and do that with my writing, and that was okay. And then there was nothing happening. It was a crowded niche as it was. Not to mention the fucking shitlords on the internet. Like, it just wasn't right for me. And then I just fell into this, and everything clicked. So like, I don't even consider like what happens after this. I consider how this evolves, not like what is my exit strategy, but how do I build for the future? How can I continue to grow this and refine this and just, so 50K, man, and it is not slowing down. So I hope, before too long we're doing, here's what I hope. I hope that by the time we hit like 75K, that it feels like it's been too recent that we celebrated 50K. So we might as well just go ahead and hit 100, That's what I hope for. And I'm going to work hard, and I'm going to try to make you guys proud. So thank you. Thank you all for coming out. Thank you to the mods. You guys, I know this was a lot. This was a lot tonight. Just the sheer amount of people hanging out between 300 and 400 is a whole lot of people. A 5-hour mega stream is a whole lot of time. Thank you for everyone who's been here, whether you got to hang out for just a little bit, if you're coming in late, if you came early and you had to go, whatever. If you came through tonight, thank you. If you're watching the VOD after the fact, thank you. And I just hope, I hope sharing a little bit of me like this, I hope you guys had fun. And I had fun. It really felt like a celebration. So thank you. I love you guys so much. Thank you again. We are going to get the raffles sorted. Yeah. Be sure to enter the Gleam giveaway if you haven't already. Yeah, and just be good to yourself. I know, man, 2020, I know it has been a motherfucker. I know, in a lot of ways, for a lot of different people. If you're a part of a community that has been affected, I want you to know my heart's with you. I want you to know that when I create these experiences, they are for you. They are for finding a reprieve in these times where the hits keep coming. So I just want you guys to know that you are loved, and I'm thankful for you. I'm proud of you for being here today. Not here literally in the stream. I'm proud of you for being here. Yeah. So whether times are good or times are hard, just keep going. The only thing that is certain is change. And yeah, just know, and just be. I had a deep talk with a friend once upon a time, and I can't even remember the context anymore. But I remember the words, be ready. Just be ready for change. Because it can happen. So, thank you, everybody. Take care of yourselves. I love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, or good morning, or good afternoon, wherever you are. Take care, and be good to each other, please. Bye.